Welcome into the Press Row Show, the number one rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi. And why is it the number one pregame show, intermission show, and the postgame show? Because we get great guests. And what better guests to have just ahead of the holiday break than the president of your team, your town, your Philadelphia Flyers, Keith Jones. Welcome back to Snow The Goalie and the Press Row Show.
Thank you, guys, for having me here.
No, it's awesome.
Yeah, it's a great setup.
This is
fantastic. I love this. The fans can walk right in and see you guys, and we appreciate all the good things that are going on with you guys and with the team.
I think the fans appreciate all the good things that are going on with the team right now because you guys are playing some really good hockey. Some, Jonesy, I think a lot of people will say unexpectedly good hockey. What's your assessment right now of where you guys are and how you're playing and where you thought you'd be after 30 games?
Obviously really happy with the results. I think the team has competed extremely hard. I think the players really appreciate one another. I think that's where it starts. And anytime you have that, you can, do some surprising things. They've done it as a unit, as a group, different players on any given night. And that's encouraging when you have multiple options to, continue to be productive and just find ways to hang in games and find ways to win games. It certainly makes us happy from watching up above.
One of the things that you always think in sport is hard work always beats out talent, right? And if coaches will tell you all the time, if there's a buy-in and the players want to play for each other, yeah, it's important, but maybe not as important. And I get a sense that that's kind of where you guys are right now. This team is really playing for each other and bought in.
I think that's the foundation of any good team, no matter how talented your top-end players are. And believe me, we have talented players.
Yes, I don't mean to
We're
make
not,
it sound
no,
like you don't have any.
I agree, but I mean, we say it often, and
yeah.
we have to recognize that we have some really skilled players that are doing some great things on the ice, but they're doing it in a way that makes you kind of Philly proud. They do it, they do it collectively, which I think is really important, but they're all pulling for one another. We saw that really in training camp. I was really curious to see how the guys would come in, understanding that camp would be extremely difficult physically under Torts, and how they would react towards that type of grueling training camp. And they did it together. I mean, they were pulling for each other. You could see it right away. And that's kind of growing, and we're doing everything we can from above to make sure that our players are in a great environment, that they are put in positions to really excel. And so far, that's paid dividends in the first part of the season.
I mean, part of being a good executive at any level in a sport, in a business, is being adaptable and being flexible. Let's be real. This was supposed to be a rebuild, all right? There were years that we were told this is, if everybody's healthy, it's a playoff team, yada, yada. It wasn't. This was supposed to be a rebuild. They're on the cusp of having this entire city believe that a playoff trip is potentially at the end of the road. I know Torts was asked about it today. He kind of shoot away those notions. Doesn't want, I think, get people's expectations too high. But from your perspective, when you go into this expecting rebuild, and these guys do play to this level, and they are kind of pushing the envelope, how much of a wrench does that throw into the plan?
It doesn't. I mean, it's great. That's what we're encouraging. And part of a rebuild is building your fan base back, and that's really some of the messaging. Like, we don't have our fan base where it needs to be. Yeah. So we still have seats that we need to sell. We still have, fannies that we want to put in the seats. So that is part of what the rebuild is. Mm-hmm. So to get there, we're going to continue to have to play well, play with a style that's conducive to what our fans appreciate, and make sure that our guys are, competing hard and not doing things that give fans a reason not to watch the game. So that part of the rebuild is going very well. Does that mean that we're buying at the deadline? Absolutely not. We're going to continue to keep an eye on the future and make sure that the foundation's in place to add the pieces that we need at the appropriate time. And we're not going to waver from that.
You mentioned the future. Today, Cutter Gauthier had 2 goals. Matvei Michkov is back on the ice after battling pneumonia. I know that you've mentioned in the past you're trying to get to watch as many of Michkov's games as possible. I assume that you watched today. You saw what Gauthier did. How excited are you guys feeling as an organization after getting to see these guys playing at different levels, but playing so far this season?
It's a huge part of what we're doing. So those are players that have the potential to, do some crazy good things for us. So we want to continue to groom them. We want to be there for those players, and we want to make sure that they feel like they're a part of something special as well. For Michkov, it's something to watch. I mean, just to watch him practice is impressive, the things that he can do, and I think that's going to build momentum prior to his arrival here. And Flyer fans historically have loved star players, and you often want to kind of not necessarily build players up before they arrive, but in this case, it's okay to build them up, and you guys can go ahead and do that because that's what he is. Yeah. So we want to make sure that we stay focused on that. We were given a gift last year at the draft, and we want to make sure that we, at this time of year, that we make sure that we take advantage of the gifts that we're given.
That's right.
I want to throw this to the people who are checking us out here on the Press Row Show. We are currently live on YouTube, on Facebook Live, on Twitter/X, on Instagram Live. Do us a favor, hit the like button, especially if you're on YouTube, and share the link, whatever platform you're watching on. Share it to other Flyers fans. Let them know Jonesy's on right now. We'll be taking as many questions, comments, and concerns as we can. So back to you, Ant.
Yeah, one other thing I want to talk about the current team, and we're going to get into another promotion thing that come up, which is really exciting in a minute. But one of the reasons you guys are playing so well is you're getting great goaltending. No matter whether it's Carter, whether it's Urs, those guys have really just stepped up to a level that they might be one of the top tandems in the game right now. The way that they're playing, I mean, you've got to be thrilled with that kind of production in goal.
Yeah, kind of expected from Carter.
Right.
For Sam, we saw it coming. We went to him this summer to his agent and got him locked up for 2 more years after this too, at a very reasonable amount of money. In a salary cap era, that's important.
Right.
So I'm extremely happy for him. When you speak to Urs, you can see in his attitude that he gets it. He's a big part of what we're doing. He's a big part of our future as well. And at that position, that's really important. And for Carter, we've expect him to play like a top 8 goaltender in the National Hockey League, and he has. We look forward to him getting back here in the next couple of nights and getting back performing the way that he has previously. But yeah, having good goaltending matters. I mean, having timely saves matters. A stop like Ersson made on Lazar on that shorthanded breakaway matters a lot, and allowing us to win that game. So, yeah, a lot of good positives happening in the goal, and that's something we want to continue to develop.
Yeah, all of the fans excited to be up here. They just bumped into the camera and knocked you off camera. So the people were hearing you but couldn't see you there for just a second.
There we go.
So we had to have the intern get back out there.
Intern Andrew dressed as Buddy the Elf, which we will show people on camera
a little bit later, which is great.
Yep.
You guys have an exciting event coming up in February that maybe at the beginning of the season people were like, oh, yeah, it's cool. It's another outdoor game. But now the way you guys have played against New Jersey the first 2 times, and considering where things are in the standings, it's not just going to be an outdoor game, right? I mean, this is going to be kind of a little bit more than that.
It is. There's no question that the game is becoming more meaningful. It's a great opportunity for us to show that our fans are coming back in, whether it's at home or on the road. We've had some great crowds on the road that have been loaded with Flyer fans. Colorado comes to mind. Arizona was more than 50% Flyer fans. They're starting to come back, and they're starting to have some pride in what's happening with their team, and I think that's really important for us. But to have, a lot of orange and black at that game outdoors is going to be important for us. It's going to be a huge game on our schedule, and it's something that we want to make sure that we really push to our fans to come out and support us in a situation where our fans have always excelled at being there when we needed them the most, and we're going to need them at that outdoor game.
And that experience, I mean, you've been a part of so many of them, mostly as a broadcaster, but I mean, it's just a different environment, right? I mean, it's kind of just cool. It's a celebration of the sport in a lot of ways.
It is, and it's a great way for your fan base to let everybody know that they're buying in. When you look up and it's basically the visiting team that's got as many fans as the team that's hosting the event, that's pretty cool. And it's something that we really want to strive to get. We want to make sure that our fans know they're going to feel welcome there, and that we want to welcome them with open arms and make sure that we're available, walking around and saying hi to everybody at the same time, and making sure that we turn it into an outstanding event, which I know it's going to be.
And I'm sure you had everything to do with setting up the concert beforehand, right?
Yes, I love music, Ant. There's no secret there.
The Jonas Brothers.
Yes, I thought it was the Jones Brothers, but it's the Jonas Brothers, and they're going to be incredible. Can't wait.
The Jones Brothers and Tanner Smith.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
That's
exactly. Well, Jonesy, listen, we appreciate you taking the time to talk with us
Good,
today.
guys.
Good stuff. Good. Congratulations on a great start, and hopefully everybody keeps it going and this building keeps rocking. I know it's going to be tickets were hard to get today for this one.
That's good. And I think that's, commonly that's happened around this time of the year when there's a lot of people that are at home and
Right.
People are noticing now.
Yeah.
We're getting on the radar. We got a lot of work to do to really get on the map, but we're on the radar right now. So we'll take that and we'll continue to try to fight for our space.
Awesome. Jonesy, thank you.
Thank you,
again.
guys. Appreciate everything.
Thanks for hopping on. Ladies and gentlemen, Flyers president of Hockey Ops, Keith Jones, here on the Press Row Show. Intern Andrew, let's get this to be a little bit tighter. We have a bunch of other stuff that we need to get into.
Oh, we have a lot of announcements today.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, we have a lot of announcements today.
There are so many things going on, and we have talked a few times now about the fact that this has been a massive year for our show, and this has been a massive year. It really picked up a lot in the summer, and then we did the partnership with the Flyers at the beginning, or towards the end of the summer, beginning of the fall, just before the season began. And I'm actually in the process of working something up here that we'll get to in a little bit, but. And when we look back at 2023, I think you and I kind of, as we dove into it, we said, hey, there's a chance to take the show from very good to great, or from great to even better. And we are in the process now of putting together some things that are really exciting. I know that we're currently planning on getting up there to the outdoor game, which I think is going to be a really great opportunity. I think a lot of people are going to make that drive. It's not a difficult thing to get up to. How excited are you to go out and catch an outdoor game? The last time the Flyers played an outdoor game, it was here, and you didn't make it.
You asked me how excited I am to drive up the New Jersey Turnpike and go to the dump that is MetLife Stadium.
Let's be real. I'm going to have to be the one to drive. I'm going to end up packing you in the back seat. You're going to sit in a kid's car seat, and it's going to be great.
Let's put it this way. Am I looking forward to going and hanging out with the crew and hanging out with some fans beforehand? I think we're going to do something with our friends over at Flyers Nation. Yep. That they got a trip planned, so if you could check out their thing. They're partnered with I think it's Fans of Philly.
No, they're with Philly Sports Trips.
Or Philly Sports Trips.
Sports
That's
Trips.
what it's called. I'm sorry, my bad, guys. Philly Sports Trips is who it is.
Yep.
Yes. But they're partnered with them, and they have a package going up there. We're going to stop up. We'll visit their tailgate, and then we'll be inside at that game, and I'll have more fun outside hanging with the fans and just having a good time than I ever will sitting inside that stadium.
Why do you hate that arena or that stadium so much?
It's terrible. First of all, getting there sucks.
Yes, that
Let's
is
be
true.
honest.
That
okay?
is true.
Driving there sucks. That's number one.
I agree.
And then number two, that arena is just. I mean,
That stadium. Okay, I don't like
it's
MetLife.
beat
I
up.
will be honest.
It's. I mean, I know it's not that old.
Yeah.
Even right. I mean, because the Meadowlands we was there beforehand. I actually enjoyed going to the Meadowlands.
Did you?
More than I like MetLife.
Why?
I just don't like the way that it's everything. I find that a lot of New York area stadiums and arenas are all kind of built kind of the same, which is to say that they don't put the fan in mind.
I guess that's fair.
It's very sterile.
Okay. I guess that's fair.
I think all of their stuff is like that.
I wonder how people feel. Let us know out in the
Their
comments
baseball
section.
stadiums are both like that. Madison Square Garden is, I guess, the one exception because it was built long before.
Yeah.
I mean, they've remodeled it and they've changed things, and I don't like where the press is now. Like you're in a gondola hanging over the ice as opposed to being right down in the corner in the tunnel amongst the fans. That was a cool spot to be back in the day, but that's kind of like the one that's different. But no, I don't like, and I don't.
You're the only person I know that would compare
I don't like
to
the
being on a gondola.
I don't. It's what it's called. It's called the gondola. Not like you're
I'm
in
thinking
a
about
boat
Venice.
gondola.
No, I'm thinking about
It's
being in
called the
Venice.
gondola because it's above the arena. And I also don't like I don't like the Devils arena. I don't like. I think that one looks like it's never been finished. I don't like the Brooklyn arena where the Nets play, where Islanders used to play. I don't like the old Islanders arena.
Mr. Negativity.
I haven't been to the new one, so I could give maybe the new Islanders arena is better. I don't know. It's the one I haven't been to, but the others all suck.
Okay.
Kevin Kerr's walking by. By the way, Kevin Kerr's wrote one heck of a story.
Did he?
Yeah. It came out today.
Let people know.
He wrote a story on in the Athletic. And it took the quote Torts gave after game, I don't know, about a week and a half ago, where he talked about it's the no-hit league.
Yeah.
And he got comments from players and coaches and individuals all around the league talking about how it's hurting the sport because players, because it's at the developmental levels, that players don't know how to take a hit anymore.
Yeah.
And it's hurting the game of hockey. It's a heck of a story. It's a heck of a story. Really well done. Check it out on Athletic, written by Kevin Kerrs today.
When do you want to talk about some other things that we have going on?
Whenever you're ready. I know you were kind of. I've been trying to vamp because I know you're trying to put some stuff together to put up on the screen. So when you're ready, we can talk about it.
I'm almost there.
Okay. So until then, we got. Why
don't we go to the comments?
Yeah, let's go to some
questions. Questions, comments, concerns. Intern Andrew, Buddy the Elf over there. Let's have fun. Let's do some stuff. And go ahead and read.
Give it up for the pod. How many times has anyone from the previous management team just stopped by to chat?
True.
This is true. This is true. And we requested it many times
from the former regime.
Yeah. We only got one person at the very end of her time, and the other one never came on.
Well, that is true.
And I requested it many times.
You did.
Many times.
And it didn't come to fruition.
Brendan saying just say that you hate New York like the rest of us. I do.
I actually like the city.
Oh my God, I don't.
I like New York City.
I don't mind going to New York City for the day.
Manhattan.
Like for the day.
Yeah.
You're gonna go see
I
a
wouldn't
show,
want to live there.
have a nice restaurant, have a nice dinner at a restaurant.
Sure.
Okay, fine. You're gonna go for the day.
Yeah.
I don't like the area. I don't like the traffic. The people I think are pretty obnoxious and rude. Most of them, not all, but most of them.
Wow.
Yeah, I just don't like the city. I just don't like New York.
Okay.
Sorry if there are any people from New York that are tuned in and they're going to drop off now at this point.
You think they are?
Maybe.
What kind of people would drop off after that? I guess maybe.
Will Atkinson
CLS.
will Atkinson score tonight and pull his offensive game together? You're asking for a lot. I mean, he's really struggling, and I think that it was interesting. The one thing I heard Torts say today in the presser that I thought was really interesting is, look, we had a conversation this morning, and he knows where I'm at, and I know where he's at. And it's almost like, he said, I've been really patient.
Yeah.
Okay? And so that's him kind of saying, you better start scoring or else.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think that's kind of, I think you're looking at a guy who's on the hot seat a little bit with the Flyers and with Torts. And there's a lot of respect both ways there, but I still think that his role with the team could change if he doesn't start doing what they expect him to do.
All right, I'm ready.
Oh, you're ready. Okay.
I'm ready.
Well, I've been seeing the background been changing a lot. You've been moving things around.
Yeah, I'm trying to make sure that I don't.
People must be wondering what the heck is Russ doing over there.
I didn't want things to go sideways. All right, we have a big announcement.
Dun, dun, dun. Should we drum roll this?
So we said that 2023 is a really big year for Snow the Goalie, the Only Flyers podcast, and now 2024 will be a bigger one. Why? Because we can now announce that we are going to be going on the road. We are going on the road with our friends over at Philly Sports Trips.
Yes, Philly Sports Trips.
So this March, we are going to be running a trip. You can see the URL on there. I'll add it to the description of the episode. We didn't want to spoil it ahead of time. But we are going to be running a trip from March 7th to the 10th. It just so happens that your team, your town, your Philadelphia Flyers are going to be playing in Tampa Bay, and the Phillies have spring training in Clearwater. So we are going to be running a trip that is going to be both games. So it'll be a Phillies game on a Friday and a Flyers game on a Saturday. So whether you're a Flyers fan who happens to like the Phillies or a Phillies fan who happens to like the Flyers, or you're indifferent about one or you're passionate about, doesn't matter.
Passionate about both.
Passionate about both. If you're the big hockey fan in your house, but the other person is a big Phillies fan and doesn't care about hockey, look, we've now created the best of both worlds. So you head over to phillysportstrips.com/trips/SnowTheGoalie, and you can learn more about the trip. It's going to be really exciting. We've got it's direct round-trip flights, all of the transfers to and from the airport, to and from the game. We're at a hotel right across the street from Clearwater Beach. It's going to be a blast. We're going to have a meet and greet, and I've also been told that there's a chance that we could have some meet and greet elements to this that have not yet been announced.
Correct.
That we are going to work on, and it might not just have to do with the Flyers. It could have a Phillies element to it as well. So we're
Yes.
We're working on that.
And it's so it's all three of us. Bundy's coming too, so it's not just me and Russ. Bundy will be there as well. So you'll be hanging out with all three of us.
Yep.
And like Russ said, so you fly down Thursday, Friday afternoon Phillies game, Saturday night Flyers game, and so Saturday afternoon you got the day for yourself. You could either go to the beach, you could.
Let's go to the beach. Let's go to the beach.
If you want to go to another Phillies game, you can. They're home also on Saturday as well. That wanted to leave that one open as an optional day for everybody. And then depending on the time of the flight, it's either going to be Thursday night or Friday night. It's going to be the welcome party that we're going to have with everybody. We're going to hang out with everybody.
Yep.
There could be other elements attached. So yeah, definitely a really cool trip. It'll be a lot of fun. Hope to see as many of you down in beautiful Tampa. Oh, and from one other nugget on the Tampa on the side of things with the Flyers.
What?
It's the 20th anniversary for the Tampa Bay Lightning of their first Stanley Cup.
That is true.
And coach of that team was John Tortorella.
That is true.
So he's going to recognize the arena. It'll be kind of cool to kind of be there to see Torts get recognized by his former team as well.
There you go.
Yeah.
So anyway, very exciting stuff. We're very much looking forward to it. We hope you'll consider coming down to join us down in Florida, down in the Sunshine State. So
yeah.
I will have that link live, and we'll put it out on all social media. But you can see it there on the screen. By all means, sign up today. We did joke about this before, though, Ant. The holidays right around the corner. Hanukkah just ended. Christmas coming up. Perhaps you've had a hard time figuring out what to get that special someone in your life. Why not a trip to Florida to go see the Phillies and the Flyers same weekend? And a nice big party. A nice big meet and greet party.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
It's going to be a blast.
It'll be fun.
It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, there's a partner facility down there, restaurant / bar that Philly Sports Trips has set us up with. It's awesome. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be good stuff.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll keep that up on the screen for a while. Let's get into tonight's game, shall we?
Let's. So and one other thing, people are asking about intern Andrew. Did he dress up like an elf? He did. Give him a lot of credit, but we're not going to show him just yet.
No. I took a picture of him when he wasn't looking, though.
We got to wait for Bundy. For the big reveal to everyone. So the big reveal will take place during the first intermission. We also have a guest first intermission.
We do.
We have another announcement that's coming up first intermission.
Yes.
So we'll save you for a little
So far we've had
that.
Jonesy. We've had the announcement about the trip. We have another guest coming on first intermission. There's another announcement. We don't have an announcement planned for the second intermission. Maybe we'll Nolan Patrick will be – no, it won't be.
Did you see what he hear? Did you hear that?
We talked about what he was doing. Yeah, that he's like doing a coaching thing.
No, but
like
did you hear that
video thing?
That they changed his bio on there?
They did?
It no longer says retired.
So he's not retired.
It now says 4X Pro, 4-time pro. I guess that means
that he played 4 seasons, or that he was like on an NHL team for 4 seasons. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. How about
Nolan
that?
Patrick not retired. Bundy is though. He did officially announce his retirement on the morning after show the other day. So. There you go.
Yeah.
We can all, I guess, be excited about that. Tonight's game.
Yes, they're playing the Nashville Predators tonight, who they lost to down in Nashville last time out. One of the things that we've learned, though, about this Flyers team is that every time that they've had a chance, and this is Flyers Eric's big stat, but every time that they've had a chance to get revenge against a team that they lost to earlier in the season, they've won that next game. The only team that they've lost to more than once so far this season is Carolina, but they've played them 3 times.
Yep.
So it went lose, win, lose. Everybody else that they've lost to that they've played a second time, they've defeated. So this is a game against a team that they've lost to. Sam Ersson in net again.
Exciting.
Yeah.
Sam Ersson
in net again
the
tonight.
future of the Flyers. Some are saying.
Some might say. So, yeah.
Am I that some? Are you that some? Someone is the some.
Also a change on the defensive side of things as Mark Stahl is back in.
Igor Zamula
is out. But that's the only other change. So, yeah, we have that going as well. And I think I kind of like the Flyers in this one.
Oh, do you? Wow, you're already going to the predictions.
Well, I don't know if we'll go to the predictions yet, but I'll tell you that Nashville's been like the Flyers in a lot of ways. They've been a surprise,
Yeah.
a pleasant surprise for them. I guess their fans down there. They've played really well.
Yeah.
And so they're another one of those upstart teams that maybe you didn't think much of, and they're right in the thick of things in the Western Conference, which is tough to do because the West is really tight this year. It's a lot of good teams out there. So credit to the Predators for playing the way that they are.
Yeah.
There's just something I liked the way the Flyers played in that game against them. I like the way that they're playing just in general, and I kind of think that this is an opportunity. They know they're going out on a road trip. They got another game tomorrow night, and then they get a break, right? So this isn't the game right before your break, and you're like, okay, this is a getaway kind of game.
Yeah.
They know they have another game tomorrow, so I think this is like, okay, look, we're going to have to be on the road for the next 2 weeks again. Let's make sure we get this one, boys. Let's grab this one. I think that's kind of the mentality they're going to have. I think you're going to see a good start from the Flyers in this game against the Predators.
How about that?
Yeah, no feeling out period of time. Usually when two teams don't know each other, you have that little kind of feeling out thing. I don't think you're going to get that in this game. They have a little bit of an understanding of each other, so I think that's what you're going to see.
You think they're going full bore right off the get-go?
Not that it's full bore.
The puck drop.
Not that it's full bore. I mean, what is full bore? I think that they are so locked into their system at this point that they just play it, and then if they're not able to play it, one thing that they've gotten good at, and I'll give them this is another thing to give them credit, especially the game against the Devils the other day, is that when you can't do something that you're usually good at doing, they have found a way to adjust on the fly, figure it out, and fix it, and try something else. So they couldn't get the forecheck going against the Devils. So they ended up saying, okay, fine, we can't get a forecheck going against the Devils. Let's do a kind of a more of a, sit back and play some defense ourselves, kind of take it away from the other team. And then they're in good shape playing that way, because then you get good goaltending and you keep the game kind of in your control. So Russ, I know you're dealing with some technical stuff as we're preparing for intermission.
Continue.
Yeah, but I'm just kind of ramble here. So I've been waiting for you to kind of be able to jump in.
I enjoy it when you ramble. I enjoy it a lot. I think it's one of my favorite things. Just trying to figure out where we don't need this one on.
Yeah.
We're in the process of trying to get another microphone in here because we have that special guest during intermission.
Yes, we're going to have a fourth person on at intermission with us, so we had to have another mic brought up, and so the tech guys are working on it with intern Andrew, and Russ is like that.
What am I like?
Like you're like that obsessive mom who has to always know what the heck's going on with everything.
I just like to make sure that things aren't about to go sideways accidentally.
You're like, hey, what's going on? Who's doing that? What are you doing? What are you doing? What's your responsibility? What are you doing?
Listen, I'm on top of this thing. I'm both like like a co-host here. I try to set you guys up well, and try to produce the thing on the fly. This is what we do.
Yeah, just like
we do here at the
Andrew Fawcett saying, Russ being quiet is very unsettling.
I'm very sorry, Andrew. Let me get people hyped up. Okay.
Talked over and etc. So
this is why I get angry, because it just got jostled and we just lost sound for a little bit there. You say I'm obsessive. You say that I'm problematic sometimes, but this is why. Because
I hear
when I'm not. Well, now you do. But for a very brief time there, as somebody's over there, messing with wires, which we don't need right now, that we just lost audio. Anyway, Jonesy said before that they're not buying at the deadline. Danny Briere has been on this show before and said that we are not going to be buying. We are not going to be buying at the deadline, which is all well and good and perfectly fine and perfectly acceptable. Do you believe them? If the team is legitimately en route to a playoff spot where it looks like they're not going to just be like a fringy kind of playoff team, that I'm not saying they're going to be second in the Met, but if they're like third in the Met, and it looks like, yes, this is actually a team that's playing really well, they're still playing hard for each other, do you honestly believe that they won't even make I don't think they're going to try to trade a first-round pick, a Florida first, we talked about it the other day, but could they try to move like a later pick? Could they try to do a little swap in, swap out to try to fortify things, ahead of a playoff run?
Not anything big. And when you say a later pick, what are you talking about? A third? No.
I don't think they'd part with a third?
No. No. I don't. I think that, if you could get somebody like really cheap on the maybe you could move some salary out or something, and you can bring somebody else back that may be a little bit better. Okay, fine. But that's the only way they're going to do it. Whatever, if they do anything at the deadline as far as adding, it has to be to add something that will be beneficial for the long term, not just for this season.
If they make a move for Alex DeBrincat,
Come on.
he fits the timeline. I'm back to the Alex DeBrincat
You can't
thing.
let DeBrincat
I'm
go.
back. I'm back, baby. Let's get another score in here. Let's get another sniper in
Should we
here.
get Fletcher back for you?
Who?
You want
Listen, I was
everything
about to
get
have a
back.
very Merry Christmas, and you had to mention a name. He who shall not be named. Okay, we do have to have a moment here. Maybe we'll do this with Bundy. I did see a tweet earlier today from one of our longtime listeners who said, I hate to be that guy, but given the key pieces on this team, given how good Gauthier looks, given the fact that they were in position to draft a Mishkov, which he would not have done, is it possible that people were wrong about Fletcher Mort? Like, could he have actually
No.
been building a good team?
No.
And I want to address it really quickly.
No.
So I'm going to give you a second to think about it.
No,
I'm
don't
going to
have
give you
to
a second. I'm going to
Don't
give you a
have to
second to
think
think about
about
it. I'm going to let you kind of marinate.
No, but
like a
it's-
nice steak. We're about to make a chimichurri. And now I'm back to you, Ant.
No.
Oh. Wow.
No, he was not, because he was not willing to go to the route that Danny and Jonesy have gone here, and in letting it, letting the people play who are potentially going to be part of this roster going forward. May not be, but they didn't go out and sign players to big contracts. They didn't go out and bring in veteran players to try and win now. That was always Fletcher's kind of approach.
Yeah.
This so happened that this group is working together.
Yeah.
This group would not be here. This room would not be as cohesive as it is if Chuck Fletcher was still your general manager.
Yeah.
So the answer is a flat-out no. He could not do this. This is solely because, well, I shouldn't say solely. This is because
Due in large part to.
the culture of the organization right now.
That's fair.
That's really what this is about.
I think you're probably right. To quote you, you're not wrong.
Thank you.
You're not wrong. I want to get to a couple of other things here. As people bring in their questions, comments, and concerns, which, by the way, we'll get to as many of them as we can. When you look back at what has happened so far this season, we talked about goaltending. I want to dive into that a little bit. Because for years, decades even, the number one thing that the Flyers have lacked, I would say the majority of the time it's been a franchise, is a number one netminder. And what we have now seen through 30-plus games this season is that this team, as they've been playing, might actually have two number ones, which I don't know. You are older than I am. When's the last time the Flyers legitimately on their roster had two legit number ones? I would not count, by the way, the Briz and Bobrovsky duo, because I don't think that Bobrovsky had shown that he was number one material necessarily, and I don't think Briz ever really played like a number one here. But is that the most recent two number one kind of thing? Can you think of another time that they've had two number ones? I'm putting you on the spot, but I can't. But you have a larger frame of reference.
No.
than I do.
Have they had two goalies that have kind of fit a number one role at different times on this team? Yes, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they've been long-term number one quality goaltenders. And I wouldn't even say the Briz-Bobrovsky combo. I mean, Briz was fine when he wasn't going off the rails.
Yeah.
I mean, he was fine, but no, I mean, you really haven't had it in a long time. I mean, you got to go back to, geez, yeah. I mean, you got to go.
Not Mike Neuvert and Steve Mason.
No, certainly not.
I saw somebody say Snow and Hextall.
No, but they weren't even that. I mean, Hextall at that point was. No, I don't think so. I think Hextall was good early in his first part of his tenure with the Flyers, but by that point, he had left and then came back because he was traded away for Lindros, and then they brought him back. And he just was not the same, and so that's why they needed to go get a Garth Snow to kind of have another 1A. That they were both kind of 1As at that point, not really a 1, so to speak.
These guys have legitimately both played like number ones. I know that it's a small sample size. Even if you go back to last year, there were stretches where Sam Ersson looked really, really good, and Torts was effusive in the praise. And there have been stretches where Carter Hart has looked like a number one, maybe not a top 5 or a top 10, but definitely like a top half of the league kind of goalie.
No, and I know.
But this season, they have both had the ability to grab a game by the testicles, and that was a Greek god. I don't know if you knew that or not. Yeah. No?
Yeah.
You've never heard of the Greek god Testicles?
Yes.
Yeah, they did.
Absolutely.
But they can. They can grab it, and they can take control of a game.
They can, and they have. But again, it's only been 30 games, so let's not,
30 games is more than 29.
31, rather.
30 is more than 20.
Yeah, no, and I know how other people are trying to jump out and say, well, you had the Checo and Esh combination was Esh really a number one?
Esh was not a number one.
I mean, he was good. I liked Robert Esh.
He was good backup.
Yeah, really good backup, and he had the
lower half of the league, number one.
He had a really great year in 04. I mean, a really great year in 04. But that was it. I mean, other than that, I wouldn't really call him an 01, a 1, especially long term. You probably have to go back to Lindbergh and Froese, but even Froese wasn't that great. He had the 1 year where he was, again, like Esh, right? He had a year where he was excellent, but not. It wasn't, they were so underwhelmed by Froese that they started Hextall as a rookie. What are you laughing at?
Brian Crail.
That was part of two
Pickard
of the
and
6,
McKenna.
right? That was part of 6 goalies that year?
I thought it was 8.
8? Whatever it was.
Wasn't it 8 goalies?
It was some...
Can you name all the goalies who wore the orange and black in 2019? That was a horrible season.
It was a hard... I tried to put it out of my memory. That's
all
how
right,
bad
let's
it
think.
was.
Hold on. Let's go back. There was Pickard. There was McKenna. There was that the year that Stoley played a little bit? It was Stoley, and it was Hart, and it was what's his nuts that they traded Stoley for? Cam Talbot.
Yeah, he was at the end of the very end of
Alex
the
Lyon
year.
came up and played. Is that 6 or 7? Andrew,
That's
how many?
6.
Was that 6?
Yeah, it was 6.
Was that it? I feel like there were more. Am I crazy? Maybe I am.
Was Mrazek part of that group too?
I don't think he was part of that one. Pickard, McKenna, Talbot, Stoley, Hart. I had 6. I don't remember who the.
That's what I
I already forgot who the 6 was.
thought it was.
All right, here we go. Anthony's pulling it up. Don't worry, everybody.
Yeah,
this is why they. This is why we're the #1 pregame, intermission, and postgame show, because he's got the stats right at his fingertips.
Yeah, here we
Oh,
go.
intern Andrew, look at you. Bless your heart. Brian Elliott.
Elliott, yes. Elliott
And
was
Neuvirth.
Neuvirth was the other one, yeah.
So it was. I was right. It was 8.
It was 8.
I was right.
Yeah.
Thank you, intern Andrew. You absolute beautiful elf, you.
Yeah.
Listen, if you like elves,
Wait
and
till
I'm
you
not
see 'em.
judging, okay? You're sitting out there and you're like, I like elves. Intern Andrew. We'll give you his number.
We already gave out
Intern
his
Andrew, you got a significant other?
We already gave
No?
out his Twitter handle.
At Andrew_Henry5. You can hit him up.
That's right.
The man is willing to dress like an elf. To be the intern at the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show, this side of the Mississippi.
Bundy is
Bundy is, I think,
Just be prepared.
Bundy might plant a kiss on this man's cheek.
just be
for his
prepared for
commitment.
Bundy.
Yep.
Just be prepared for Bundy.
There's a guy dressed as the Grinch
This
walking by
guy
right now.
This guy's looking good.
Yeah.
That's not. Although I'll be honest with you, the color of the Grinch mask does not match the color of the Grinch pants, because it looks like the Grinch pants have been washed several times.
Yeah.
Makes me wonder if he's wearing them around the house.
I had a really inappropriate thing that I thought of, but I won't say that.
That's okay, but I was just going with the washing of the pants, wearing the Grinch pants around the house.
Yeah.
Well, like, my question about, like...
What's your question?
Well, because, like, intern Andrew's wearing this costume, which we're going to show at first intermission. And, you look at the pants...
You pulled up your mom's own comment.
Yeah.
He pulled up his mom's comment.
Yeah, so that's great.
This is a man who has a nice relationship with his mother.
Yes.
He's a good intern. He dresses like an elf.
Well, let me ask this. So like,
What?
he'll never wear this costume again. But
I think he will.
But the question then becomes, what do you do with it? Like, do you lounge around at home in the pants, like sweatpants, like comfy sweatpants
I would.
that you sleep in or
Yeah.
something? That's what I think that dude was doing in the Grinch costume.
He's not wearing the shoes with the jingle bells, though. I don't know if this counts.
Oh. Did it come with the jingle bells?
I don't think it came with the
On the
jingle bell
shoes?
shoes. He's saying
Oh.
no.
Then Bundy might be mad. Bundy might not
Bundy
be
might
happy.
be a little bit disappointed. He might be a little bit disappointed, but that's okay. Hey, so I saw
Oh,
something.
you know what else?
What?
You know what else you haven't talked about yet?
Well, I
That's probably
actually
worth
did have
bringing
something I was going to... What?
Were you
Here,
gonna-
whisper to my
Were
ear.
you going to bring up the...
I don't know what you said. Go ahead. I was going to bring up something about one of the young guys, but go ahead.
No! Before we even get back to the hockey, you want to talk about hockey? We got.
I want to talk about hockey.
We got to talk about
It's the #1 rated pregame show.
Snow The Goalie.
The side of the
This is what you
Mississippi.
do. This is what you do.
Okay.
The voting for in case people haven't.
Oh, that's true. It's in the description of the episode.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been nominated for
Thank
the
you.
best hockey podcast in the country,
Yes.
which you know is true, we know is true, everyone knows is true. It's the #1 rated pregame, intermission, postgame show inside of Mississippi, but also has the chance to be voted the best hockey podcast in the world. So that link is in the description. We've tweeted about it. You can go over there. It's a very quick voting procedure. We'd ask that if you care, if you support the show, if you don't want to monetarily support the show through the shop.snowthegoalie.com, or you can't make it on the trip to Clearwater and Tampa, this is free. Just go into the description on the episode. If you're on Twitter, go over to Facebook or to YouTube and find the link. But you can vote for us. It's the Sports Podcast Awards.
Yeah, Sports Podcast.
So they had a ton of applications.
Yeah, we got nominated, and
we're one of 12 podcasts
that they pulled down to a short list. They create so they have like an adjudication process where they have it's like a 20-person panel.
It's like a legit panel of people too,
like
people that you might actually recognize.
And if you look, I mean, there's some major podcasts on there from around the country, like Nashville Podcast.
Colin Cowherd's show.
Yeah, Cowherd's
in that thing. Draymond Green's show.
Yeah. There's some big
Preferably
ones.
He doesn't punch anybody, but still, or accidentally swing his arm.
Yeah. What's his name? Former Sixer too. His was
JJ Redick's podcast is on there.
On there. Yep. So anyway,
we're up there against like an NBC show.
Yeah.
I think there's one of the athletic shows on there.
So the adjudication panel narrowed it down to 12.
Yes. And
now it's out to the fans to vote on those 12. So there's some clips up there from the show. There's our favorite episode that's up there for 2023. So yeah, check them all out and then give us a vote. We appreciate it.
And if you don't vote for us, it means you don't love us. And if you don't love us, I don't know why you're here, but I still do appreciate you for tuning in.
All right, now you want to get back to talking about the team?
Yeah, so I saw there was somebody who asked a question here, and I don't have it now. It was very far away. But it was a question about Cutter Gauthier. And there's been this like murmuring under the surface now for a little bit. And it's that Cutter Gauthier doesn't want to play here. He doesn't like torts. And this has been going around since the offseason when it was announced that he wasn't going to participate in the one development camp. And then we talked about it on the show, and Bundy kind of gave some behind-the-scenes idea of as a player playing at the level that Gauthier had been playing at, and some of the other tournaments and everything, that like sometimes you just know, I'm going back to college, I want to just take a breather, heal up physically, and then go after it in the college season. But there has been this, like I said, kind of a murmuring from different parts of the hockey world. Is Gauthier committed to playing for Philadelphia? Is there an issue in the relationship with him in torts? Let's throw it to you. Danny Briere said on this very show, during pregame, a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, that their intention is to have Gauthier play here at the end of the season. Like once the college season is over, the idea is that Cutter Gauthier will wear the orange and black, which, by the way, that I think was on the idea that they were going to be a rebuilding team and not a playoff team. Boy, oh boy, are they in an interesting situation if they're kind of pushing for a playoff spot and that college season comes to an end. Do you think there's still a chance he could make travel with the team, perhaps even play some games down the stretch?
Yes. I think regardless if there's a playoff race or not, I think Cutter Gauthier has an opportunity to depends on how far they go in the tournament, but 5 to 7 games, maybe regular season with the Flyers, and then, hey, if they make the playoffs, then he can still be on the playoff roster too. I mean, any of those things can happen. So I do think that that possibility does exist, yes.
I like this question from Dudge. Dudge36. Good evening, gents. Do you think Danny will be disciplined in spending on contracts in the future, closer to a Bruins approach rather than the Leafs? As in, like, 4 players taking up about 50% of the salary.
Yeah, I do. I think that's going to be the approach, is to follow that Boston model. That doesn't mean that they won't go out and spend on a player when they feel that the need is there. Like we talked to Jonesy back at the beginning of the season where he talked about there will come a time when they will go out and they may have to trade for it. They may have to sign a free agent number 1 defenseman if that's the case. If they don't have one that develops, here over the next couple of seasons, they're ultimately going to have to do that. And if so, they will spend the money there. But they won't be doing like Toronto does and have 4 guys making all kinds of ridiculous money. They'll have one guy making maybe, or 2 at most, making ridiculous money, and then everybody else kind of slotting down on the next tier down, maybe with a longer term. So that the AAV comes down a little bit, but they're still going to get a lot of money guaranteed. I think those kinds of things will happen with this rebuild, but they're certainly not going to go out and overspend on multiple players. I don't think that's the case. when I talked to Danny back when he first got the gig and asked him about his approach and how he viewed putting a team together, that was exactly how he put it out there to me. Like, this is what it's going to be. And, you know, they're not going to spend a lot of money on a lot of guys and try. Look, do they want Philadelphia to be an attractive place for free agents to come again? Sure, absolutely. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have to throw all that money at them. You can make a very fair offer for players and still have them want to come here because the way you treat your current players. Because players talk, right?
100%.
So the way you treat your current players, the way that, you know, and then they let everybody know and say, you know, and tell agents. The agents tell the players, like, you know what, that organization's going to take care of you. They have great schools. If you're a family man, they have great schools in the area for you to deal with your kids. You know, they have really good connections in their communities and in their neighborhoods, and, you know, whatever you need, you'll get. And that's their kind of mentality. And so when that goes a long way. Yeah. You know, that goes a real long way. You know, in the NFL, they did that poll, if you remember. Yeah. It came out last year about facilities and the way the team treats families and stuff like that.
It's huge.
It's a big deal. And the reason that poll is taken is because that tells you where players think about going and who they want to play for and who they don't want to play for.
Correct.
That exists in the NHL as well. And that, you know, maybe the results of a poll don't get out, but I'm certain that kind of stuff is done as well. The agents are doing that to find out for their clients. And, you know, sometimes if there's a tie or things are close, that'll sway a decision.
I want to, at the risk of having to clip this out later on YouTube, I just want to give people an idea of why I think so many people are high on the future of the team. Because you look at what's been happening at the NHL level, and that's great. And there is a lot of positive to take away from what has happened so far this season. But then there are two guys who aren't playing for the team right now who both in their own way made news today, and they are a huge part of the future. And that, of course, is Cutter Gauthier and Matvei Michkov. And so I throw this on, but Gauthier had 2 goals today. First one, absolute beaut, a scorcher. Second one, in transition, bing, bang, boom, top shelf, right? The way that the puck snaps off his stick, incredible. And then you've got the skill. Michkov back on the ice. He's been battling pneumonia. He missed the All-Star game in the KHL while battling pneumonia. He was back on the ice today. This was from his Instagram earlier today. It's neat in a way that you're able to, I think, get to see that the way that some of these guys are benefiting at the NHL level, that they're part of the culture, they're part of everything that's going on. But then you have these young reinforcements off in the distance that this team is very clearly of the belief will be part of this thing in a meaningful way going forward. And there's something about that this team hasn't had that. When's the last time this team had that kind of excitement off in the distance? Gauthier is obviously closer to playing at this level and here. Well, there are a lot of things in the KHL situation with Michkov that could keep him there for 2 more years. But when's the last time there was this kind of excitement about guys who are technically part of this organization?
Well, I mean, so the one thing you got to keep in mind there, Russ, is that every time that the Flyers have really had an opportunity to get a player of that ilk, they came right in, right? So you've never had a situation like this where you know that the player's coming and it's 3 years down the road. Usually when you talk about having a superstar level player that you're drafting, they're coming right away, right? You don't usually have to wait. So that's what makes this one a unique scenario. But I think that you're right. I mean, I would venture to say that this is the most excitement since Lindros for one specific player who is a prospect, right, to come in and play for the team. Have there been, if you want to combine the excitement, everybody talked a lot about Richards and Carter, growing up together on Team Canada, and then they played with the Phantoms and won there, and then, okay, they're going to come in and play with the Flyers and lead them to a championship, and they almost did. Like, there was some excitement for them as a pairing, not to this level. It's not to the level of the Michkov mania that's going to happen.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what you're telling me is that people are already feeling the Michkov mania.
I am.
You can head over to MichkovMania.com or over to shop.snowthegoalie.com, where, of course, you can find Michkov Mania merchandise. That's right, friends. Mishkov Mania over on shop.snowthegoalie.com. Get that comment off the screen while we're doing the thing for the shop.snowthegoalie.com. And turn, Andrew. Okay. Mishkov Mania. Got it on mugs. It's on hoodies. It's on hats. We got the toques.
Keep in mind, he might not be able to see that because I can't.
No,
see
he can. He can. He knows. He knows.
I'm trying to
Look
defend.
at him.
I'm trying to
Look at him.
I'm trying
He
to
knows.
defend you, buddy.
He knows
I'm trying
what
to defend
he did.
you.
He knows what he did. Okay. Anyway, Mishkov Mania. All that merch is over on shop.snowthegoalie.com. This shirt, by the way, has been a big seller. The Mishkov Mania shirt, the black shirt with Mishkov Mania in orange and white. And by the way, while you're over there, you can go find other products over on the Snow the Goalie store, shop.snowthegoalie.com, including I'm a Torts Girl, I'm a Torts Guy, the orange and the black, the Bundy Bomb shirt, the Coots shirt and sweatshirt, the Snow the Goalie logo, the crest. I mean, we've got a ton of merch with even more designs coming after the holidays. If you are still waiting, if you're like, hey, I need to get something for the significant other or for someone else in my life, a Flyers fan, maybe there's somebody that you're going to see around New Year's, you're going to see in the new year, and you want to get them a gift, shop.snowthegoalie.com. I can tell you now, if you place an order right now, it will not arrive for Christmas. It will arrive shortly thereafter. So again, if you're looking, maybe you have a New Year's party that you're going to go to, and you're figuring out what can I take as a gift for the host or hosts, shop.snowthegoalie.com.
I just wanted to let them know that they want to see Andrew's elf costume. First intermission. We'll show you first intermission. And you know what? I think this can happen, Russ. We have enough people asking about it.
Yeah.
I think we can do it.
I told you that our designer, fourth host Nancy, did one that's I'm a Danny girl with the tie and the number 48. We just haven't put it on the store yet. That's why I said there are going to be more designs coming.
Yeah, it's good.
Could be a Danny B guy.
Yeah.
Danny B guy, Danny B girl. Why not?
Yeah, I'm good.
Who's to say? Who's to say? I'm a Torts elf. So listen, here's what we need people to do. You're going to tweet at intern Andrew, at Andrew_Henry5. Intern Andrew has to go to the Torts press conference dressed as the elf. Front row with the camera. As an elf.
I've already warned the team that it's happening.
It has to because I need the viral content of Torts reacting to an elf in the front row. He actually looks upset. We might have to talk about this. I am not going to put the guy in a position where he's embarrassed and feels bad.
Only in a win. We only do it if they win.
He just threw him in the press!
Who are you picking for the game right now?
He picked the Flyers, see? All right, so intern Andrew might go down to the press conference dressed as an elf. And if he does, you're going to take a picture of him as an elf in front of Torts.
1,000%.
I want to see how Torts reacts. Hey.
It's a time to do picks.
Reiki with Casey says Andrew is an angry elf.
Oh, that's a line from the movie Elf. He's
it?
an angry elf.
Ah, okay.
That's a buddy line from the movie.
Oh, there you go.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
I should give, Bob says I should give Andrew a question to ask.
Oh, that'd be great.
Yes, dressed in costume and asking Torts a question. That'd be sensational. It's like Super Bowl. That's like the Super Bowl press conference time, right?
Yeah, when people like dress up and they
dress up and do
stuff.
It's great.
I'm trying to get a thing in here from Bundy. I need his prediction. We're still a little bit out from prediction.
No, we're not. We're 5 minutes away from the start.
10 minutes and 14 seconds, pal. Look up on the unless the clock is broken again, which is entirely possible.
No, it looks like it's working.
As we know, they've had a...
Yeah, but it's 6:55.
They've had a bit of an
issue.
issue.
Do you want to wait?
Well, perhaps they're doing a puck drop at 7:05. You want to cut this short? I don't.
No, but it's the
We're
point.
having fun.
But the point
We're having fun with over 200 people over on
the point is,
the
what
YouTube and the Facebook.
What if Lauren Hart starts singing and then we got to stop?
Well, then we sing along. We
7:05.
sing along as a Snow the Goalie family, which, by the way, this is way up. I don't know if I'll be able to find it in time. It was one of the first comments. It actually came in before we even went live. Hold on. Where's it at? Because I think it was from one of our longtime listeners here. Yep. Matthew Bennett, wishing our Snow the Goalie family a very happy, healthy, and Merry Christmas this year. Thanks for all the love and support during this tough year.
Thanks, Matt.
See, Matt gets it. But in a way, we are kind of like a very weird family around here with Snow the Goalie. And with, I don't know if this group, if the people who watch and listen, if they're the Snowlies, if they're the Snowflakes, if they're the Buttes, but no matter what.
We can't be the Snowflakes.
Why?
Come on, it's such a derogatory term to so many people. Yeah, we can. No, we're not. You guys are not the Snowflakes. You guys are not the Snowflakes.
You're not a bunch of snowflakes, believe me. Many people, they say, Anthony SanFilippo is a big snowflake.
We're not the Snowflakes.
Not as big of a snowflake as he used. He used to be a very round snowflake. He's lost a lot of his ice crystals.
You didn't even comment on the sweater.
Can you stand up and show people Show people your sweater.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
So
look
I
at
got
that.
the look with the nose, the red nose on the reindeer. And here, this is the best part. You shouldn't show the back.
I can't. Well, turn around. You got to turn around. They can't. You're only showing your side. Turn around.
You've done that already.
There you go. Oh, it's the reindeer butt. Look at that. You've already gotten a. Hey, we have somebody saying, "Give us a dance," and giving you a 10 out of 10.
Thank you.
So, I'm wearing. I went a little bit Flyers festive today.
Yeah, look at you.
Have yourself a gritty little Christmas.
Yeah.
So there you go. Had to go a little Flyers theme today.
The fact that you own that is scary.
The reason that I own it is because we did a Friendsmas Secret Santa, and one of my friends, Andrew, got this for me as part of Secret Santa a couple years ago. So I said, you know what? Orange and black, it's fitting.
Yeah.
Next year we'll have a Bundy's face on a Christmas sweater.
Oh, there you go.
Have a beaut Christmas.
Have
a beautiful Christmas.
Merry Christmas, you beaut.
Oh!
Merry Christmas, you beaut.
Yes.
All right, is it time to make predictions now?
I guess. Go ahead.
I mean, we're down to 7:37.
The Philadelphia Flyers are playing the Nashville Predators. When the Flyers have had the opportunity to avenge a loss, they have done so each and every time. They most recently lost to the Nashville Predators. They have the opportunity here, just ahead of Christmas, to avenge that loss. Anthony SanFilippo, what will happen at tonight's game?
So I'm not going to always go first, but I think since you already know what my pick is, I don't mind.
I don't know your pick. What's your pick?
Yeah, but you know, because I said it earlier. I didn't give the score, but I told you I think the Flyers are going to win earlier. So I'm going to go because I know that you try and make your pick based off of what everybody else does,
No,
so that you can play catch up.
It's not true.
But the Flyers are going to win this game tonight. I have them at 4-2 as the final score. I do. I think this is I think this is a good game for them. I think this is going to be a really important game for them. They don't want to end.
There's
the
figure
home.
skating going on behind us.
No, that's great. Does it include gritty figure skating?
I don't know. If it does, that'd be something.
Yeah.
All right, anyway, go ahead.
But anyway,
your
no,
prediction.
I think, it's their last home game before a long trip, before the Christmas break. And I think that they kind of, have different checkpoints in a season.
Ooh.
One of the checkpoints in the season is the Christmas break. And I think that they want to kind of go into that checkpoint as high of a high as possible. And so I think that this playing in front of a big crowd, knowing it's going to be, that kind of a game, that kind of an atmosphere in here, I think that they're going to want to leave fans thinking that this is a team that they can believe in, and the Flyers are going to go out there and win this game tonight 4-2.
Wow. Intern Andrew, what's your prediction? 4-3 Flyers. You said 4-2 Flyers?
Yes.
I think the Predators are going to send the Flyers home happy. Yes, that's right. I think the Flyers are going to win tonight. I think Sam Erson's going to have a nice game, as he has tended to have of late. And I think the Flyers are going to take a sold-out crowd here at the Wells Fargo Center in South Philadelphia. The Flyers are going to win tonight 6-1.
6-1?
6-1.
You really think badly of Nashville if they give up 6 goals.
6-1.
I don't know about all that.
6-1.
Yeah.
6-1.
Okay, that's good. You stick with that.
6-1.
No chance he's getting 2 points tonight, folks. No chance.
6-1. Ladies and gentlemen, I think the score is going to be the same as my height. 6-1. 6-1.
Bob Wright's asking for a Carter Hart update. Carter is not playing tonight, as we know. Erson's still in net. I still cannot tell you what
Take a guess of what Carter Hart's ailment is.
His ailment is. And no, I will say this, though. I think that it's ridiculous that they haven't said what it is.
Well, you better be 100% positive you know what it is. You know what it is?
Yes, I sent it to you.
Oh, okay.
You know what it is, too.
HIPAA violation.
You know what it is, too. I mean,
Well, I know what you said. I neither can confirm nor deny the veracity of your information.
The point is...
But if you were to report it, I might retweet it or quote tweet it with a "can confirm your report."
Yeah, there you go. But the thing that, and it's
hashtag journalism.
Louis, it's not mono. I know Louis Zulis. A lot of people have said it was mono. The reason that I'm bothered by the fact that they're not saying it is because if you listen to the press conference today, like there are questions being asked now about his illness and if they're concerned about it and stuff like that. Like, don't give the media an opportunity to start writing in circles about what this really is. When in fact it's not. I mean, it's something that you hear it and you're like, oh wow. But then again, you sit there and go, oh okay, it's not that. It's really not that big of a deal. So, like, why not just say what it is?
By the way, Bundy says 4-3 Flyers.
There you go.
So you have people asking though, like,
Bundy,
is it
Bundy and
is it
Andrew looking for
saying is
2
it
points
is
together.
it something that should subside this year, or is it serious?
Yeah, no, it'll subside.
It's something that should subside.
Yes.
Like, even if you go back to what Tort said in the availability earlier today, he said that Cal Peterson was being brought up, and then it was asked about like how he saw that playing out, and eventually he said, well, Sam's in net.
Yeah.
And I think the implication there was, could Carter be the backup, or is he going to be the third goalie?
Well,
whatever.
Yeah, he jumped the answer for sure.
Yeah, for sure. So, listen, I don't think if Ant's information is correct, it's nothing super serious.
Yeah. It's not super serious. So
like, people shouldn't spoil their Christmas.
Yeah, so I mean, and I don't know what anybody's going to write. I'm not trying to poo-poo what anybody is writing. But the point is that they're all fishing for information that I have. And so I'm telling fans right now.
Hashtag journalism.
Yeah, I'm just telling fans right now, don't fret over it. Yeah, it's keeping him out, but there's a reason it's keeping him out. And it's not anything that's going to be long-term. He's fine. He's healthy. He's going to be okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will point out to people that as of right now, we have held very strong over 200 people between YouTube and Facebook this entire time, which is great. We definitely had a big surge, especially over on Twitter. We were, I think, over 400 people, 500 people at a time.
That's great.
Which is pretty nice. But I will point out there are only 72 likes right now on the YouTube stream. Now, I'm not telling you that's a problem, but I am telling you that if you're watching on YouTube, we'd greatly appreciate it if you give it a thumbs up, because it'll help other people find it. Because don't forget, we come back first intermission, we're here second intermission, and we're here post-game. First intermission, we have another guest who will be coming on, and there's going to be an announcement. And that announcement might have something to do with one of the people on the show.
Uh-oh.
So you're going to want to make sure that you tune in during the first intermission. As soon as the horn sounds here to end the first period, we'll be back. We will go live. Second intermission, we don't have anything special planned right now. We'll just have good old-fashioned hockey analysis. Post-game, it's entirely possible we will snag a guest while you're down below getting a player interview or the Torts press conference, because we have a lot of Flyers organizational people that walk by, so it's entirely possible that Bundy and I will grab somebody as they're intending on getting out of the building and getting in their car and driving home. We'll stop them, because that's what we do here on the Press Row Show. That's why we are the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi.
How did Dave know?
Dave.
How did he know?
Dave, das vidanya. You know? I'd be so bad at trying to get us into Russia. I could introduce myself and ask who's that.
Be like Argo.
Очень приятно, меня зовут Russ.
Be like Argo.
I can introduce myself. That's Argo. Argo.
Nah, you can't say it on this show.
Not on the Press Row Show.
I thought about it, but I was like, no, we can't say it on this show.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll be back during the first intermission. If you're bored, if you're looking for something to listen to during the period, we did a morning after recap a couple days ago. There was a lot of really good hockey talk in that as well. We dove into this team a little bit more and some things happening in the league. That's over on the YouTube channel and in the podcast feed as well. So for Ant, who you can find on Twitter @AntSanPhilly, for intern Andrew, who is dressed like an elf, which you will see first intermission, I'm Russ at Joy on Broad. Bundy will be here with us in the first intermission, and so will a special guest. So make sure you come back, and we will talk to you all in the first intermission. Let's see how the Flyers do. We all think they're going to win. I'm the only one who believes that they're going to dominate tonight. Talk to you soon. Welcome into the Press Row Show, the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi. We are here. The Flyers took a 1-0 lead very early into that period. And don't worry, friends, we have a lot to get into today. Bundy is with us. He was not here pregame. He was off doing the Flyers radio. But we all have our cute little Santa hats, courtesy of Bundy, Bundizzle. He's very much in the spirit. Bundy, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing great, guys. Good to see you. What an absolute joy to be down here. Christmas game, the last game of the year for the Flyers, but also the Christmas game. It's packed down here. We've seen the attendance rise every month, and that has not disappointed again today. I gotta get. I guess I gotta get the ball out of the top of the thing, and I'll do that when I'm done talking. Great to be here, guys. Merry Christmas. It's an absolute wild showdown here tonight, and the Flyers with the 1-0 lead, which was encouraging. I said on the Flyers pregame, guys, I need Morgan Frost to be a big part of this tonight. Well, he got the Flyers a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, it was kind of a fluky goal, but hey, you'll take it, right? He's just trying to throw a puck out from behind the net, and it hits off the goalie and goes into the net. So good break for the Flyers. But on the whole, I mean, again, not a terrible period. Wasn't a pretty period, wasn't a perfect period, but a pretty decent period for them, Bundy.
You know what? It was I thought a pretty even period. As a matter of fact, Nashville probably had the better of the possession time, I thought, in the zone. Maybe some stat will tell you differently, but I did think they had some great chances. Urson made some saves. At the other end, Saros had to make a couple. But in the fairness of the game, I thought a very evenly played first period. Shots are pretty similar as well, but I'm happy for Morgan Frost. You know what? It doesn't matter what kind of a goal it is. It was a fluke from behind the net. He tried to throw it out front, hit the back of Saros, and fell into the net. But you know what? There's been many goals in this league that have scored over the years where guys went on a streak and they were fluky goals. And so let's see if Morgan Frost looked like, even when he scored, he's like just had a big smile and saying, well, it's the way it goes sometimes, but I'll take it. 1-0, yeah.
We have a lot going on in this intermission. We had a ton going on pregame. Jonesy joined us pregame to do a little breakdown about what's been going on with the team and about the Goatches and the Mishkovs of the world and talking about the outdoor game. And we said that we had a special guest coming on in the first intermission, and we said that there's some stuff going on. We want to bring on a very special guest.
Bring that chair on in here. You gotta come here.
Come on this side so everybody can see it.
This is why we're our own production crew. Look at this. Look at this. Got.
Welcome to the show, Brad Marsh.
Slide in a little more, Marshy.
There he is.
Here, I'm gonna pull you in here.
There we go.
There we go.
I loved you guys talking about the goals. They don't ask how, they just ask how many.
That's right.
That's exactly
In my case, it wasn't that many.
Well, it also wasn't that many against when you played out as well.
Well, thank you for saying that. That's what we like to think.
The best part, Marshy will tell you with me, is that the best part coming to the rink every day is not one time, in Brad's long career, mine a lot less than his, that anyone ever asked us to score a goal.
That's right. We wanted to score.
No one ever asked us, so we needed to provide them.
And you know what? That's kind of a neat thing, because you guys have talked many times about goal scorers and the slumps. Like, we never felt that pressure.
Yep.
For the goal scorers, we had lots of them as teammates, Chris, and there is pressure on the guys. They know they have to score, and when they don't score, they're different people. Whereas us, we just came to the rink happy-go-lucky all the time. It was good.
It's Marshy's so right about that. But Marshy, I know you got a big announcement. You're getting in shape. What's going on with this big alumni game? I know some exciting stuff.
Well, it's going to be a great weekend, as all your listeners know. We're going to start on the 27th with Mark Recchi going into the Flyers Hall of Fame. Well-deserved. And a great guy. And you played with him in his first stint here.
Brad,
second stint?
Both stints.
You're an old guy, yeah. Okay, there we go.
Older than I might appear, yeah.
Yeah, and so anyhow, well-deserved that Rex is going into the Hall of Fame. And then on the Friday night, we've got the alumni game versus the Bruins alumni. And what's cool about that, we're playing the Bruins alumni. On the Saturday, the NHL Flyers are playing the NHL Bruins. So it's a really cool Bruins weekend. But to top it off, as all your hot Flyer fans know, 50 years ago, we beat the Boston Bruins for that first Stanley Cup. Yep. So we thought, let's bring back all the Stanley Cup guys. So all the Stanley Cup guys, including the Stanley Cup, are going to be in the building on the Friday night. It's going to be good. But the big news with the alumni game and looking at the roster, and we're making a couple additions. And I'm going to say right now that we're not looking for any goals.
So wait. So what are you saying, Brad?
Yeah. We just need them to. So number six is going to be patrolling the blue line out there. Yeah,
He's on the
Bundy,
blue
number
line.
six.
I love
Number
that
6.
game. Hey.
I think they said, well, we got 6D, and I said, maybe they need 7.
Well,
You know, and I had like Sonny Hartnell cut me. He's like, hey, are you playing Bundy? He's like, because I think we did an extra guy. Brad reached out to me a couple weeks ago. Was happy as hell to be joining, and I'm going to get my rear end in shape for this because there's some young guys on the Bruins, right, Brad?
Yeah,
like they have a pretty good roster.
Yeah, well, first of all, our alumni, we have a really good roster. You know, obviously headlined with Mark Recchi, but Mike Richards is coming back, and it's his first time coming back to do an alumni event, and it's just going to be a great weekend, and there's so much fun. And what's really cool about it is you know, Chris mentioned the dressing room earlier. Is yes, it's going to be fun to see the guys play on the ice, but from our standpoint as an alumni, the best part is sitting in the dressing room.
Yeah.
And you see the various decades of Flyers alumni talking and telling stories. And Joe Watson, 82 years old, an original member of the Flyers in 1967. He's playing in the game.
Unreal.
He's playing in the game.
He's unbelievable.
Me and Marshy were joking beforehand. We said, didn't we have Joe Watson's retirement game 2 years ago?
Yeah. He's like,
we said we did, but he says the Bruins
It's
is
like
his team.
he's like Ric Flair. He'll never be done.
Elton John.
Yeah, I was going to say Cher, Elton John, the
Yeah.
continuing world too. No, but Joe's one of a kind, and so he's playing in the game. It's going to be great. And so, if I could say, in honor of number 6, we've come up with a special ticket offer that you guys can put out, and it took a lot of the top end mathematicians to come up with it. So it's $6 off.
All right. There we go.
So I'm gonna give you guys. I'm gonna send Bundy the promo, and then he'll be. I don't understand the tweeters and the Twitters, and it's
Don't
called
worry,
X
I got
now.
it. I got your back.
We got you.
Brad,
We
we
got you,
don't
Marshy.
know that much,
Okay.
especially me. I'm an
Yeah.
old D-man too, but
Yeah.
these guys are pros.
So we'll get you the link, and then you can put it out there, and it's $6 off the lower tickets. And you know what? You were here for the 50th anniversary in
I missed
17.
that game. I was doing the Flyers games. I traveled, yes.
Yeah. Okay,
but I played in the one outdoors with you were my partner.
Yeah, you were my partner, and that was like, it's just a wonderful atmosphere when the fans come in. And what I always say, we have such a cross section of fans that come in, and there'll be guys there that remember Joe Watson patrolling the blue line in the 60s and the 70s, but then there'll be a whole bunch of fans there remembering the 80s, then a whole bunch of fans remember the 90s, and then you look at them and it's a grandfather, a father, and their son. Like, Flyer fans are so unique. It's a family affair to come to the rink and cheer on the team.
Well, you mentioned a little bit ago Mike Richards in his first alumni event. What was it like getting him to come back in and to come back in the fold as
I
part
played
of alumni?
with him for a year too.
Yeah, I've talked to Mike a few times, and you know, when one retires, you need to give them some space, because there's part of you that still thinks you can play. At least that's how I went through. and so it takes them a while to warm up to. But once we get them a player back one time, they're hooked, because they just love sitting in the dress, or they love seeing the guys. But with Mike, I've talked to him a few times, and it just didn't work out from a timing standpoint. He lives up in Kenora. For your listeners, it's not far from the North Pole.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
It's in Ontario,
It's
but
in-
it's like an 8-hour flight.
Yeah, and there's no direct flights. And but anyhow, like I said, it didn't work out. And then when I reached out to him this time, he was happy. He's super excited. He's pumped to be coming back, and so it's really cool. And you know, we've got a good thing here. We're off the tracks the last couple of years, and we don't need to delve into that. But the guys that live out of town, like, they didn't know the crap that was going on, if I could say that. And they're just super pumped to get back here to wear the orange and black, and they follow the team.
And that's great.
Every one of them saying, "Holy moly, can you believe how well they're playing?" I don't think anybody can, but it's pretty good.
No, it's great.
Brad,
It's
thanks
great.
for, I just want to tell you this, Marshy. You were one of our friends here. Andrew Jacobson said you were one of his favorites and one of the last guys to wear a bucket in the league.
Play without, not wear a bucket.
Not wearing a bucket.
Yeah, I wore it on the inside.
That's right. it was built under the skull.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
You know, Mark, you're talking about guys being older, right? You know, you're talking about Joe Watson, 82, and families coming to see everybody play and remember different eras. I'm going to make you feel old for a second. When I was a kid, the very first Flyers carnival I went to, and I had only been watching for a little while. But my family took me to the carnival, and we did a thing. They had the Stanley Cup there, and we were taking pictures with different guys. And we were waiting in line, and I was hoping to get Ilkka Sinisalo. He was my favorite player at the time. And Ilkka was up there, and then he went off, and they brought you on. And I was so upset about it. But then it got caught on television, and they interviewed me and my sister, who was even younger. And I said that Brad Marsh became one of my favorite people because you took a picture with me with the Stanley Cup.
Oh, there you go.
So
there you go. Good stuff.
Anthony's like the kid in the Christmas
I
story.
was so upset.
He's the most excited I've ever seen him.
I was so
Merry
upset.
Christmas, ho, ho, ho.
I was like, oh, I wanted it to be Ilkka. And then it ended up being Marshy, but it was pretty cool.
Yeah, the old carnival, and I forget the date. It's in
March.
February or March?
It's early March.
But anyhow, once again, what a tradition that this hockey team has, and actually, you know, and calling around Ross Lonsberry, who was on the Stanley Cup teams, he recently passed, but his wife's going to come back.
Awesome.
And but that's what it's all about. And so his wife's coming back, and she was. I was talking to Tom Bladen. I'm putting out all these names. I've never met Tom Bladen. I know who Tom number 3. I know who Tom Bladen is.
Yeah.
He lives in the Calgary area, and he called me and says, hey, "Can Juanita come back? Juanita Lonsberry come back?" She was the wife in the wives' room, and she was one of the driving forces behind the carnival to get it up and get it running and so on. And so I mentioned that to the staff that run the carnival, and they can't wait to meet her.
That's awesome.
You know, they want to meet her, they want to say hi, they want to thank her for her vision all those years ago.
That's great. I was in the dunk tank last year, so I wonder if you guys are going to ask me to come back again this year.
Well, you know, believe it or not, I don't know how much time we got here, but I played in Atlanta. I started in 1978. They had a carnival as well. And the carnival, all the rookies, so I was in the dunk tank, because back in them days, you kind of did what the team told you. So the rookies were in the dunk tank, and you'll never guess what else the rookies had to do. Atlanta Flames Carnival, 1978. We were in the kissing booth.
No! Stop.
Yeah, the kissing booth.
I was going to make a joke saying they had a carnival in Atlanta. I thought it was a circus, but that's even
Imagine having one of those today.
Better.
All right, no. I mean, it's a family-friendly show, but let's talk about this kissing booth.
There was a lot of ugly women there.
Oh, my God. That is unbelievable.
Yeah, it was like it was just the times, and I got a picture. I was going in the dunk tank, and I had on my cowboy boots and no wetsuit back then. I just had the bathing suit on, and I had a bathrobe on, and I was parading around on the stage. Then I got in the dunk tank. But you know what? It was a lot of fun, and some of the pictures from the early carnivals, they were fun. But you know. They're still fun, but it's a different mindset.
Brad, you guys are just doing things right now, and it's like the old days when the Flyers, back when Ed was running, you know, and he was the owner and he was alive, and it's the same feeling. It's coming back, and I think that the fans are starting to recognize that too.
Yeah. Well,
it's
just
a great
look
thing.
at the crowds. Yeah,
pretty much.
There's
Just
a
look
Snow
at
the
the
Goalie
crowds.
hoodie. I just saw a Pottsville Crimson Tide hat, but we have a Snow the Goalie right there. Bingo, bango, bongo. Wow.
It's awesome stuff.
We were talking about that too, Brad. Though, like, this is a building we've watched the crowd go up and up and up. We had to deal with the Phillies in October, and the team has earned this crowd here tonight.
Yeah, 100%.
Absolutely.
You know what? And I'm a big believer. I was behind the Phillies 100%, and I think winning breeds winning.
I agree.
And I think the guys fed off that excitement in September and October.
That's my alumni.
And it's great. So
There we go.
Brad,
keep it going.
We will get any and all information from you to share regularly about the alumni game and Mark's weekend. Thank you for joining. Thanks for having me. I'm super excited.
Good stuff. I'll get you that link, that promo
please
link.
do. Send
What
that
was
link
it again? $6 off for number 6.
Yes, that's what we like.
Yeah.
It. That's
Buy
good.
it, you get to save $6.
Yeah, good thing his number wasn't 92.
They would have been paying the fans back.
That's right.
How about it?
Marshy,
Okay.
thanks for coming
Thank
on.
you.
Really appreciate
Thanks, guys.
it, bud.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
See you later. Thanks.
Thank you to Brad Marsh.
So this is
head
really-
of the alumni.
this is-
Does a great job for us.
Yeah.
And
I will say-
that's why we had the extra space now.
Yeah, you can slide back over,
Slide
Bundy.
back down. There we go. Thanks, Brad.
So I just got a kick out of this because I saw this group of people walking by, and I recognized a Pottsville Crimson Tide logo.
It's the Pottsville Middle School.
It's the Pottsville Middle
Wow.
DHH Lingle Middle School.
We love middle school.
All right. Now listen, it's been a few years since I was
Some
a student
nights I'm
at
still
DHH
in middle
Lingle Middle
school.
School. How about that?
She said she thinks she taught Russ. His Russell Joy. Yeah.
Sounds about right. That sounds about right.
That's awesome.
There we go.
Let's go Flyers. That's
What
great.
an absolutely wild night we've had down
Speaking
here.
of wild nights.
It's about to get even wilder. People have been asking for it. They wanted analysis about this, but we're holding off. Because we promised the people that intern Andrew
We got an
would
elf.
come on screen.
We got
have
an
an
elf.
We have an elf. He's not on
Put
a show,
that
but he's
hat
an
on.
elf. He is an elf. He is here. He is live and in the flesh.
You're going to add him to the stage?
And this is what it's all about.
Look at that. Look at him. No, over's a legend. Get over here.
Come on over this way.
All right, now.
This is where you become a legend right now.
Intern Andrew.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at that.
I hate myself.
Dude, this is how you become a god. Look at you. You know what? We want to call you Buddy the Elf, not Moody the Elf.
Well, I mean, I didn't want to do this. I'm
Dude,
doing
look
this
at
for
us.
you.
What do we look different than you? I look like a jackass.
Look at
too.
what I'm wearing.
Dude, you got an elf outfit on. Stuck in Will Ferrell wore one for a movie.
Yikes. Unbelievable.
Dude, you're about to become the fabric of Philly. Dude, you will become intern Andrew becomes a legend tonight.
The fact that if the Flyers win this game, I have to go down and sit 5 feet away from John Tortorella, who famously is like not that nice to the media. And this
With
is
us-
outrageous. This is crazy.
He's actually rooting against the Flyers, so he doesn't have to do that.
Dude, he obviously.
I'm the biggest Predators fan in the
Don't you
world
know
right
who
now.
Stuttering John is?
Do I know who is?
The Whack Pack?
The Whack? No. Oh, the Whack from
Can't forget it. He's too young.
Yes.
Dude, Andrew, I want to say thank you to you for being a team player. And that's what life is about, kid. We salute you.
So, I'll actually say, like, no BS. I thought maybe I'd have a little bit more time. I actually prepared a poem for you guys. If you want to hear it next intermission.
Yes! Yes!
Second intermission poems.
We love poetry.
We were thinking about what are we going to do second intermission. Now we know.
I thought I'd have a little bit more time, but I have a poem prepared for you.
All right, we're going to do that. We'll do the poem
All right,
second
so now you have
intermission.
something to look for in the second intermission.
Thanks, Andrew.
Intern Andrew, the elf, will be back second intermission. We will have a breakdown of what's going on in this game.
What a Christmas
A big
poem.
thank you to everybody who tuned in. Don't forget, we will be back for second intermission and postgame on the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show, the Press Row Show. For Bundy, for Intern Andrew, the beautiful elf.
Look at
We'll
the
talk to you-
comments. Look at the
The
comments. The
are
guy's a
just-
legend
they're just-
already.
He brought a poem. He did. You know,
Thank
like
you,
he went
fans.
to Jared? No. He brought a poem. All right, we'll talk to you all very soon. Let's roll out. Welcome into the Press Row Show, second intermission show, the #1 rated second intermission show this side of the Mississippi. We've got a packed house. Pre-game we had Jonesy.
You can't hear?
I don't hear anything.
What do you mean you don't hear anything?
He can't hear.
I can hear. Can you hear?
I hear.
I don't hear you guys.
I hear you.
All right, well, just go like this then.
We'll figure it out. Anyway, I blame intern Andrew. First intermission,
My fault. Maybe
we
it's my
had
fault.
Brad Marsh. Pre-game, we had Jonesy. Second intermission, we have intern Andrew dressed as an elf.
Yeah, and we're going to get to him. We're going to get to intern Andrew, and I'm glad that he's here. He's got some stuff. He's got
hear anything.
He's got things down
He
there.
has a
I'll check
poem.
your
He's got to go fix
He
the
has-
audience.
he
I
has
don't
a
hear
poem.
anything.
He's going to check your connection for a second. He's going to do his job.
He's coming right back with
It's
poetry.
about time he does something around here.
But I'll
Good
say
God.
this. So the period's 2-2 after 2, kind of a disjointed. Is that better? Can you hear now?
I think no, it went out again. It came in and it went out again.
Pull it out just a little
There,
bit.
that's better.
There you
That's
go.
it.
Right, leave it there. I can't say what I was going to say, Russ. All right.
Oh, is it going to be about? Oh! It's funny because I have 4 kids. It's hilarious.
Yes.
All right, welcome into the Press Row Show, second intermission show,
2-2.
where Anthony SanFilippo's mind, as usual, is down in the gutter. And what are we here to do? Are we here to talk about the Flyers? Yes, but are we here to stoke Anthony SanFilippo's ego by letting him talk about what he wants to talk about? Sure. Look, the moment of that period is a penalty, a hit that Morgan Frost takes that goes from being a 2-minute minor for an illegal hit to the head, gets changed to a 5-minute major, then gets changed to a 5-minute major in a game misconduct for boarding. And
Well, that's the thing,
And
yeah.
Anthony wants to get to it, and I'll work to pull it up here.
Yeah, so, and Bundy and I were talking about it. So, Morgan Frost is along the wall, and he takes a hit by Trenin. I think it's Yakov Trenin. And they originally call it, Bundy, 2 minutes for an illegal check. It's fast, it happens, and the referee's arm might go up. Fine.
So here,
But they've reviewed it.
here's the genesis of it, though. This is, I think, where the bigger issue happens. What he's presenting right here as a target is a fully upright player near the boards.
Yeah.
And then he leans himself forward. He
Yeah.
actively makes himself in a
more
position
vulnerable
that is
position.
vulnerable.
They changed it to boarding, and they have to change it to boarding. Why? Because he didn't touch his head.
All right, so Mike Butts makes a good point here. Was the Hathaway? We mentioned the Hathaway thing the other night.
Same thing. Should have been a 2-minute penalty, but not a 5-minute major.
Correct.
And not a game misconduct, and they screwed that up too. The officials have gone completely off the rails.
Well, they don't know how to ref anymore. That's the problem because they ended up starting at lower levels and they started mitigating themselves what the damage was. You can't call a game in a men's pro league like this and change the call 3 times. Have the fortitude or the balls on the ice to make the call.
Yeah.
It's not that hard. Look at it. And then 4 of them get together. Do you know how long that play took? Like 6 minutes.
Yeah, it
afterwards.
took a long time.
What are they doing?
Yeah.
I really did.
It was just terrible, and it really kind of, and then of course I think that there was a little bit of a makeup call when they call Atkinson for slashing. That was like kind of like a borderline slash call, and I think they realized, okay, we got to fix that. Now you got a parade of penalties that start happening in the period, throws everything, completely changes the momentum of the period and the flow of the game, and no other goals happened after that point, but it was like the game was going and things were, and there was a good game between these two teams, and then it just got completely disjointed over the last, 8 to 10 minutes of the period, all because of officials not knowing what the heck they're doing.
And not having the courage to make the right call. They call it, you see people talk about it, they call it whether there's blood. They call like, oh my God, there's blood, it's got to be more than 2. And if it's a high stick, obviously it's a double minor. But that one there, they just messed up. And the reason we call it out on both sides is because we want the game to have the integrity of the game in place. We don't want that to happen to a Flyer player if he went in and made a hit. So we're saying it. That kid, whoever it was there, I can't think of his name right now, he's gone. He's out of the game for the game for essentially hitting the back of a guy's shoulder.
Yeah, Jakub Trenin.
Hey, Bundy, there's a question here for you really quick.
Well, I just wanted to say real quick, I mentioned pregame. Kevin Kurz from The Athletic wrote an entire article about this based off of Torts' comment, calling it the no-hit league. I implore everyone to go read it because you'll understand why things are going bad in the NHL as far as hitting and refereeing. It's really a really good article. It was well researched, well done. Anyway, go ahead.
I had a thought there, but I'll keep it to myself.
What
Here
do
we
you
go.
think, intern?
Pass.
So Brian Crail, longtime listener of the show, says Bundy, the Flyers power play could use a boost. Maybe add a Giroux or Gaudreau at the deadline. What do you think?
It's a Christmas trick. I love it.
That's
That was
great.
good.
That's fantastic. That was
Very
really good.
Very good.
Good stuff.
All right, intern Andrew's here.
Now, so we wanted to go to intern Andrew a little bit sooner in the first period.
We did.
But Brad Marsh was great. It was a great
He was great.
interview. Hung out longer than we thought. So we only got like a minute or two out of intern Andrew. But now he tells us at the end of the first intermission, we didn't even know this, that he wrote a poem.
I actually wrote it because as of last night, I didn't know I was going to have this costume available. So I thought I was going to have to come up with something else to make it up to you guys.
Okay.
So, integrity, I tried to still bring some kind of content to the show.
I like it.
That's
Hand
a good
up,
guy.
I lead from the front.
It's a good man.
Dude, I love what you
Good
did.
man.
So do our fans.
They
This
sure
is
do.
your initiation. You're now part of the family for
Yes,
good.
you're getting poetry now.
Okay.
Well, okay,
Go
so
ahead, let's hear this
do you want me to just start with this? My mom actually brought you guys
Look at
gifts.
this.
Dude, I love his
The elf.
So
The
just-
elf is bringing gifts.
You, Bundy, I think your aunt, and then pass that one down to Russ.
Look at
Would
this.
you like us to open them now?
You can if you want.
It's not going to do anything to me, is
We
it?
gotta open.
It says
No.
from Buddy's mom. So-
Buddy's
Yeah.
mom brought us gifts. That's fantastic. I love it. I love it. That's good parenting.
Oh, that's really nice, dude.
Look at that.
I'm going to be placing that beautifully on my tree.
Yes, so you got a nice United States Secret Service Christmas ornament. So.
That's awesome. Very cool.
That is unbelievable.
Look
We
at
love
that.
it. Andrew is, I'll tell you what,
What a sweetheart.
he's officially tonight family.
Yeah.
And when you do this, join in like this, like we got all these jackass hats on too.
Yeah.
That's right.
And if I had that green jacket, I'd probably put one on too.
Yeah.
All right, but we love you, buddy. And you know what? You look great.
Thanks.
And when you walk around the building, you see there's other elves too, right?
I saw a couple on the Jumbotron, but I'm not going to...
They're here. They're here. They're here.
They're not going to be downstairs if the Flyers win. It's just going to be me.
I wonder
right.
if Torts is up. We want to win because we want Andrew to interview Torts.
Yeah,
Tonight
absolutely.
dressed as the elf.
I wouldn't
has
even
to.
know what to ask.
Okay. Well,
We'll get it for
we
you.
got to get to the poem.
All right.
I want to hear the poem. I'm kind of, as a creator, content creator, I'm interested.
All right, actually, I think that I have to go tight shot on intern Andrew.
Okay. Russ is going to go switch jobs with you for a second.
Oh, my.
Here we go. He's going to go tight on you.
All right, I'll wait for you.
There we go. You'll be able to see it on the screen there, intern Andrew. All right. Tight on the intern.
This
There we
hat
go.
is ludicrous.
All right, you're
I'll
up.
tell you what. These were 98 cents. That baby right there was $5.98.
You got ripped off. Goodness gracious.
All right,
ready?
go ahead.
All right. 'Twas 4 nights before Christmas, and Wells Fargo was far from dead. The last home game in 2023. It's Flyers versus Preds. In walks Keith Jones and his partner, Danny Briere, in the hopes that in his costume, intern Andrew would be there. And I was, unfortunately. They saw me in this. That was an all-time low moment. Now, Bundy said something yesterday that I feel I must repeat. He said he'd reimburse me for this costume, so here's your receipt. And it was not cheap.
Jesus.
Is that the end of the poem?
No.
Oh,
God.
okay. There's more. Okay.
Shout out to Bobby Brink, who has a new #1 fan. He remains the only player to have shaken Andrew's hand. That's true. None of the other players have done it when I went down there, so Bobby Brink's my new favorite player.
Love it.
On Konechny, on Sanheim, on Farabee, on Stahl. Shoot the puck, shoot the puck. We're on the power play, y'all. Because here we give our unbiased opinions, even on nights when the Flyers have lost. And unlike Bill Meltzer, we'll actually criticize Morgan Frost. Now that we've done 16 games together, I feel like I know you all. Russ apparently is trilingual, and Ant has to pee in the stall. Also, Snow The Goalie merch is still available online. It's not like Russ has brought that up on the screen 4 billion times. Shop that snowthegoalie.com. See, that was a seamless plug right there, Russ. Where am I?
This is great.
It's fantastic.
Now, before I go, there are other people who I think deserve some hands. Shout out to our loyal listeners, commenters, and fans. Folks like Andrew Fawcett and my buddies Ryan and Brendan. Matthew Bennick, Eric Berkey, and my dear sister Kaylin. That actually didn't rhyme. I just had to get them all in, so they're not mad at me. Thanks to all the listeners, down to every girl and boy, and even our behind-the-scenes co-hosts, my mom and Nancy Joy.
Dude, this is amazing.
I know this has been very corny, so please don't rip me. I'm just trying to make this the best podcast on both sides of the Mississippi. So I hope your holiday season is void of all of life's dangers. Merry Christmas to all, except for the Capitals, Penguins, and Rangers.
That was fan-frickin-tastic.
This is a man right here. He wins it all tonight. The man became a legend here in Philly tonight. Certainly on Snow the Goalie.
Oh, so
Andrew,
good.
I wouldn't trade you in for anything, buddy.
Well, I
You're
appreciate
a great
that.
part of the show. That was an amazing poem. And holy jeez, like, it would have taken me 3 months to write something like that.
I literally wrote that in like an hour and a half.
I have the receipt, and we'll handle that for you. Just promise you.
Okay, so full disclosure, I actually need that back because that's the one that I got last night. This is the one that actually I got from Amazon. That I wasn't sure if it was going to come in time, so I actually have 2 elf costumes.
It's like one of those.
So I have to return the receipt for this one. So I need this back.
You saw the receipt on it. It would have been like one of those things at Amazon where it said the costume $6, and the transportation $67.
Yeah, I mean that was basically it. I won't make you pay for the whole thing, but
I got you.
It's hard out here.
Well, we got to Snow the Goalie.
Hard out here for an elf.
Yeah.
all right.
We got you.
Intern Andrew.
Great.
December 21st, 2023, A Star is Born.
That's right.
That was.
Hey, Russ, elfin' ain't easy.
That's right.
Oh, that was so good.
That was fantastic. Look at him.
That was so good.
Listen, he said a little bit before that he doesn't have a significant other. If that doesn't get him a significant other, if being the intern of the #1 rated pregame, intermission, and postgame show this side of the Mississippi hasn't done it, that incredible performance has to do it.
Well, look at the comment by Ryan Ingrick.
Yep.
Andrew is now a full member of STG and will appear in every broadcast.
I feel like he might have punched his ticket.
He might have punched his ticket. That's fantastic.
That was great stuff.
And I love the fact that Ryan is checking in live because he's in Finland, so you know it's like middle of the night out there.
Yep, it is. It's you got to be 7 hours ahead. Is my guess.
6 or 7 hours ahead. Yeah, so it's middle of the night. So good stuff, Ryan.
We got standing ovation from fourth host Nancy. Bravo from timeout.
Yeah.
Well played, Elf Andrew. I mean, I'll bring these up now.
I'm worried about this one here. We might have to do this to pay for it.
Auction off the game-worn elves. That's fantastic.
All right, boys, really quick. We have a 2-2 hockey game?
Who cares about the game? We just had a great.
We delivered the elf.
Yes.
And we will deliver that tailgate. We promise you we won't disappoint.
Yes.
We got all kinds of stuff going on.
Listen, so many people go through life, with the whole parent thing, like where they say, my parents never said I was proud, blah, blah, blah. Your mom right here on the stream, I am screaming that was incredible. That's listen, that's a moment. Well done.
Yep.
All right. The game is tied at 2 goals apiece. 1 period to play, or perhaps in overtime. Everybody is in play for a perfect score except for me with the 6-1. That's okay. We all picked the Flyers to win. The only person to pick a 4-2 outcome, I think, was Anthony, and then 4-3 was Bundy and intern Andrew. Do you guys see the Flyers pulling this one out in the third? Is home ice advantage going to be the determining factor as they look to finish this one out?
They've been really good in the third periods this season. They really have, so I do think they will. I was a little concerned, like I said, with kind of the flow of the game becoming disjointed. And so once that happened, it makes you worry a little bit, but I do think that the Flyers are good at regrouping and gathering themselves and getting back out there. I think the Flyers still pull this one out.
I follow Anthony on that. They're going to have to take care of the puck. They're going to have to do a little bit better job inside the hash marks in the D zone. But this is a winnable game. Yeah. I mean, this really is a winnable game. You realize sometimes how hard it is to win hockey games and the struggles they've had in the past. Well, I'll tell you what, you get 2 points off this team tonight. It doesn't matter necessarily to them, but it's a really good 2 points off a Western Conference team.
Yeah.
And heading, one more game tomorrow in Detroit before you wrap it up for the holidays.
What do you think, Russell?
I don't know. This is one of those times where I go against whatever I'm actually feeling, and I say, I really hope they win because it's the last home game of the year. And I think it's really important that when you have a full house like this, like they do tonight, that getting this kind of win and sending people kind of off into that Christmas break is so important. You know, so I don't know. I hope they pull this one out. I don't know if they will. I'm very non-committal.
This year, I just wanted to say that that's okay. Both these guys are wrong.
Yeah,
And they're allowed to be.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that, you know, that they are getting...
I did see that Bush changed his opinion, though, from a major.
Yeah. Well, you can't go from one to the other. You got to dig in and stick by it, or that's it. I mean, it's...
Agreed.
You know what it is, though? It's a little different over there. They kind of look to protect the league a little bit, too.
Oh.
But that was just garbage. That whole thing that happened there, that was not a major. And I wouldn't want to see that happen to Flair and the Flyers getting called for something like that.
Yeah. Hey, really quick before we head out. As you can see up here, we made the announcement pregame. We are doing a trip down to Florida. We are going to be doing a Phillies-Astros spring training game on a Friday, the 8th of March. And then on the 9th, that Saturday night, the Flyers play the Lightning. Tortorella is going to be recognized as part of the team that won the Cup 20 years ago. So join us, phillysportstrips.com/trips/Snow The Goalie. That link is now in the YouTube feed.
We need a win for one great reason. We want the 2 points, but we want an interview really bad after this game.
We do. We need intern Andrew and Torts. So everybody cheer for the Flyers to win this one if you weren't already. And by the way, that would take the Russ Dash to 7-0. 7-0 if this happens. So, all right, time for us to go. Bundy's out. Hey, somebody just placed an order. So there we go. In the Snow The Goalie store, shop.snowthegoalie.com. Here we go. All right, bye, everybody. We'll talk to you post-game. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about the holiday season. All right, there are ups and there are downs, and sometimes, sometimes you go to the Christmas tree, and there's a box, an Xbox box, and sometimes the Xbox is inside, and sometimes it's empty. And tonight, it was empty. Flyers lose 4-2. If you had the under, I think that just blew up in your face on that last goal.
2.5 left or whatever it was. 2 seconds.
Yep. I heard a few expletives up here outside the Snow the Goalie sports book. Some people who very clearly had the under in this game. Flyers lose. Really, it was a 3-2 game. A late goal in the third period, and then of course the empty net to close it out. Bundy, how do you view what happened there in the third?
It was a game up for grabs, Russ, and again, like I've just seen some of the comments here. We appreciate them as always at the end of every game, and disappointed, to be honest with you. And it's funny when you get treated to what they've gone through and what they've done at 7-0-2 or whatever the record was. I mean, you're not going to win every night. You're not going to win every night in overtime, and you're certainly not going to get them in regulation. But I think the good thing you take out of this is that it was a Western Conference team, so the 2 points doesn't hurt you. I just wanted to keep climbing. It's been a lot of fun, and certainly you head out tonight for a game in Detroit tomorrow. Listen, I mean, you're going to hit games like this. It's just the way it is, and I don't think they played bad. I thought it was a pretty even game. I do think the Preds really outplayed the Flyers in the third period, though. They really had a lot of the quality ice. They made a lot of closer, quick support passes. And I thought a lot of the really good players in the third were really good. Like Ryan O'Reilly, I thought was instrumental for them in the third, just in terms of coverage, making quick plays. Forsberg was good, but they had other guys as well that really chipped in. And this was a game that was evenly played. I thought it was not like one side dominated. It got late, and Nashville got an opportunistic goal in tight on Urson, and Flyers not able to capitalize on the almost 6-on-5 chances. But they've had chances where those goals have gone in. But tonight was not the night. 4-2 final, as we said. Nashville gets the fourth goal with a kind of a breakaway empty netter with no time left, and that sealed it. But it was essentially a 3-2 hockey game. I don't like losing in the last 4 minutes of a game when you've kept it there. But again, this team has shown a lot of promise, a lot of poise. They don't quit. They didn't quit again tonight. They just got scored on, and that's the way the flow of the game goes sometimes. So it'll be interesting to see what Tort says if he comes out quick. And not a lot to be ashamed of here at all.
No.
Nothing at all. I mean, that's just the way it goes.
It is. Looking to see where we're at with the wonderful Snow the Goalie and Press Row Show listeners and viewers. Their thoughts here on the game. ECW and WWF says, is this the first time they've lost in a revenge game scenario? I believe it is.
It is, yeah. And that is absolutely correct. Because I remember that the superfan Eric, our friend of the show as well, was telling us tonight that, they got a chance to do it again. And so that becomes kind of prevalent. But again, that's, when you think about the Flyers in that game in Nashville, they were down 2-0.
Yep.
And they ended up coming back to get the point in overtime. And that was certainly a super effort by the Flyers, even getting out of Nashville with 1 point. They lost in overtime, I believe, in that game. Yeah.
Eric Berkey with a pretty astute point here. Flyers were out-flyered in the third, got outworked. Haven't said that much this year. I think Nashville just had a better third period.
They did. They had a good third period, yeah.
They seemed to be more willing to go after 50-50 pucks.
This was probably their. I don't want to say it was the worst third period, but this was the third period that was the one that they didn't get after.
It wasn't up to their standard.
And Nashville got after it. They really did. Listen, the Predators were coming off a bad home loss, last outing for them. This was their next game. So I think when you look at a game like this, you have to look at how good a team Nashville is. And certainly they have veterans in there. They're going to say, hey, guys, the old adage, when you lose one, we don't lose 2 in a row. And so they have to keep that intact. The Flyers have been rolling. It's hard to continue rolling like that.
Yeah.
With some of these comments.
I just want to point this out. Phantom 67 sent us a Canadian dollar. Is it the dollar in Canada?
Yeah.
Canadian dollar super chat to wish us a Merry Christmas.
Really?
We've never had a Canadian currency super chat before.
Well, that's
Well,
really,
thank
really
you,
nice. You didn't have
Phantom67.
to
Very
do
kind
that.
of you. We'll
I
figure
mean,
something nice to do with that
Thank
with
you.
those funds. So thank you, Phantom67. Very nice.
That's
of
really,
you.
really generous. Thank you so much.
All right.
Yeah, the power. So I mean, again,
here's the thing about the power play.
but that's the story again.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the night, that becomes a story, and I don't want it to be a story. But listen,
well, it certainly is.
I mean,
though.
but I don't know what they're doing with the personnel, if they're trying to tick other guys off or to try to motivate them. But like Resto's on the power play.
Doesn't belong there.
That would be like saying you put me on a power play. I have enough to say I wasn't on a power play because I shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
They have other guys on it too that I don't get it. Are they just thinking, well, it's not working with this whatever their semblance of skill is, so we're gonna just play it out.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's bizarre that this team has had the success it has with the power play deterrence that seems to hamper it every single. I mean, they had a 5-minute power play. They ended up taking 2 minutes.
And then they ended up taking a penalty.
And that's what I mean. They took a penalty to cancel off 2 minutes, gave the other team a 30-second power play out of it. But at the same time, the power play did nothing anyway.
Yep.
And so, again,
Bundy, they're in a situation where it's not even like being hyperbolic at this point. It's legitimate. They feel like a more dangerous team, a more likely team to score on the PK than they do on the power play. They get better chances.
Yeah.
They look more engaged. They're an overall more dangerous. There was a funny comment that I don't think we got to pull up during I think it was during the second period, and somebody said, "Is there a chance that the next time the Flyers are awarded a power play, they can say thanks but no thanks?"
That goes back to the bad power play teams.
Yep.
Nah, you know what? Well, can we give it back?
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let's see if we can answer some of these questions here and share in the post game with our fans.
HC says, I haven't seen an official retirement from Bundy. I mean, you talked about it on the morning after the other day, but was there official paperwork filed with the NHLPA?
That's official now.
Okay.
I just did it now.
All right, well, that's important.
All right, so it's done.
Here you go. Matt Ryan. Bundy, which defenseman would you put on the point for each of the two units?
Yeah. I would actually put York with Couturier on the point.
Really?
I think he's been up there before. I don't know what Anthony did with his computer here, and then I think the other one would probably be, just based on personnel, I would go with Walker and Sanheim, I guess, as a second unit.
Yeah. Sanheim always made sense on the power play.
Listen,
I think he has enough ability. He has good size.
He's a second power play guy.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's fine. He's There's a difference, Russ.
Sure.
A huge difference. So that would be my guess. I don't have a problem putting the four back. What I don't want like a Cam Atkinson back on the point.
Yeah.
Because then you really become deficient in terms of your defense.
Yes.
And that I don't want. So I want somebody back there that's responsible, that can handle the puck. Maybe I mean, I don't even know if they've tried Coots on the point.
I don't know.
Do something. I mean, again, you need it to keep you in some games, especially the second half, where you just need one power play goal some games just to get you or keep your head above water.
Listen, I'm not saying that you fire Rocky Thompson. I'm not saying
See you guys. Merry Christmas.
That you send him to the gulag, right? Rocky Thompson. But
he's also got limited personnel to work with.
That's true. However, it's a bad unit. And they keep rolling out personnel that don't exactly make sense in those spots. Now, I'm not saying, yes, there is the point that you don't have the appropriate or the requisite skill to be a top 10 power play or top 15, but I think there's enough talent on this team that you shouldn't be 31st in the league. I mean, if you have an even a slightly subpar power play, this team probably has 4 or 5 more wins. Like, the fact that they've been able to win despite having such a bad power play is insane.
I always feel like things wash themselves out somehow.
Do you think so?
I mean, if you're telling me right now this team would have 23 wins, I mean,
who's to say?
With a good power play
tonight, they would have won tonight. So there's one. Just need to get 4 more.
What's hard?
Don't expect me to come here with logic and data.
I got to tell everybody
on the presser show
the Russ the game ends tonight, and Russ looks at me and Anthony goes, "A Rustache does it again."
Yep, I said the Rustache. It's over. 6-0. Could have gone to 7-0. Now I don't know. There's a little bit of shadow here, so maybe this doesn't count. No, I think it does. It's very sad.
So we're waiting to see if the coach comes out here. The elf took his outfit off.
Yeah, we have to have that conversation really
there was
quickly.
no
We'll get
need
back
for
to
that.
the comments in a
Like,
second.
we have fans here that were coming out. The elf should have been there greeting everybody and saying goodnight.
Well, we have to talk first about the fact that Anthony's a fraud, okay? Because Anthony's up here feeling jolly in his Christmas sweater, right? He wants the attention. He stands up. He does the full 360 spin before the game where he's showing the reindeer's butt on the back of his sweater. And then they're getting ready to go down, and I look over, and Anthony goes, well, I can't. You know how he gets exasperated. He's like, oh, I can't wear this down there for the press conference. I can't. I'm like, well, it's a Christmas sweater. Why can't you do that? He's like, I'm a journalist. Get out of here. So he
Really? So that would dictate what
he starts taking off the Christmas sweater. And then I go, how are you going to ask intern Andrew to go down dressed as Buddy the Elf? And you're not even going to wear the Christmas sweater. So we go back and forth a little bit. And now ultimately they lose. So we told intern Andrew he doesn't have to dress up as Buddy the Elf for torts unless the Flyers win. So they lost. So he took the elf costume off. We were very disappointed and sad. But I blame Anthony. I think it was actually Anthony's fault. I do. I blame Anthony for this loss.
He should never, ever get confused by thinking that writers and reporters are sophisticated dressers.
That's exactly right. It's awful. Although, in fairness, you do get a lot of writers. They show up in their suits that are not the right size. We don't have to go there.
You ever seen them? It's unbelievable. Don't get me started now on
the suits. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it looked like some of them wear ones that are 4 times too big for them.
There are times that over the years that I've been, because I usually wear slacks, khakis, whatever. But I would go over there a couple of years ago and I'd wear a nice sweater and I'd wear jeans. And I got such weird looks when I started doing games. And I'm looking at these people and I'm like, you're wearing the Burlington Coat Factory double clearance, 6 sizes too big suit. Does that really look better than wearing clothes that fit appropriately? I don't know. I don't know who's to say.
I don't know. I think Anthony should have worn it down there today. Look at that stave. Russ shaved the stash. He'd look young enough to sit on Santa's lap.
I don't know if that's true. I don't want to sit on Santa's lap if Ant is Santa. In fairness. Philip
Man, I
says
really wanted this win. I wanted this win tonight for Andrew. I did. People are talking about it. Anyway, you know what?
Andrew gets a pass tonight, says Andrew Fawcett. Big violation on Ant. To the penalty box, feel shame. I agree. We need to come up with a punishment for Anthony. I think that's awful.
Flyers.
I do feel bad that they didn't win this game.
I do
You had a
too.
full house. You're about to go into the Christmas weekend, right? And to walk away and not get this win, kind of stinks.
What I love though with this is that they actually had a. This was the best crowd of the year, in terms of the amount of people.
Yes.
I would still say the craziest crowd of the year, Russ, so far. Vegas.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
We'll see if the audio works.
Almost every other shift when you go out after getting after the power play or penalty kill, does it kind of, a lot of the guys, Morgan said that kind of the flow of the game gets disrupted. Do you feel?
Teams.
Yes. Do you feel like that kind of what happened in the second period?
Ugly game. Penalties disjointed. Both teams had good minutes. Both teams had bad minutes. It comes down to the end as far as situational play. We're going to have to learn, and this is a part of our game I think we need to get better at, because we have turned our team around into a more of a transition type team, but we're going to have to forecheck sometimes. And there's no reason for us to be turning a puck over with less than 5 minutes left. Instead of the way they were stacking the neutral zone, they were more patient than we were. And that's what cost us the game at the end.
Morgan did say a few minutes ago that he felt like the forecheck just was non-existent tonight. Was that, in terms of what you saw, was that more what they weren't doing in the offensive zone, or were the problems further up ice moving up against our speed?
It's stubbornness. Nashville, they checked. They gave us a clinic on checking. And we were talking about, all of us were talking about all game long, we have to get it in deep. We're not getting through clean. They're not opening up. And we're holding on towards the end there. I think they had the better of the play in that third period. We're holding on, and we just can't keep it simple. We have to try to beat people. It's basically a 1-on-4. And it's stubbornness. It's a lesson that we learned. But this team is going to have to forecheck in certain time. When this league gets going at the end of Christmas, after the holiday, that's when the grind starts coming in. If we think we're gonna be this high-flying transition team, spreading, stretching, and not forecheck, we're in for a rude awakening. And we found that out tonight.
You talked about year two, as you said, wanting to add more transition. Is it tough to remind them, like, that you also have to grind and forecheck like we did last year?
We're trying to remind them. Sometimes it takes a little time to get it in their heads. I hope they learn their lesson pretty quick tonight, because that's what costs us.
Despite the loss tonight, have you learned anything about Sam starting 5 games in a row?
Sam's played very well. Played it well again tonight. He has grown as a goalie. Very important position for us in this team.
Sometimes when things are going really well, the issues like tonight with the forecheck have been cropping up a little bit sooner. Had you seen this previously?
Yes.
Yeah, like the New Jersey game.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to, especially, I'm telling you, in January and February, you're gonna have to win games different ways, and because it gets clamped down, and we know how to forecheck. Sometimes it just gets good to you sometimes as far as the style of play, and you forget about the grind. We got checked into the ice tonight. Still, I thought we handled ourselves through most of the game because it went back and forth with all the penalties. It's really hard to get a read on the game. But when it comes down into late in the third period, 2 blinks first, and we blinked a number of times and didn't give ourselves a chance to win.
One or two more?
Morgan Frost talked the other night about how he's been playing more free lately and he feels a little bit more free in his game. Are you seeing that with regards to his ability out there on the ice? And he had the goal, set up the other goal.
He's made some plays. Yeah, I'm not gonna right now, Jackie. I don't feel like individual players. He's made some plays.
You guys obviously play one more game before the Christmas break. How important is tomorrow's game? Essentially,
Every game is important.
But how important is it to get beneficial things going to after the Christmas break?
We're just gonna go play. Try to find our way.
Thanks, Joe.
And we are back. John Tortorella had a lot to say. Gonna mute this. Good old Anthony's computer.
I got something there. That ball on my head there's falling in my eye. I like what Tort said, Russ. I mean, because it's true. It's what we've been talking about. You can get away with certain things in November, December, but when the games start getting a little kookier after the new year and games become richer and there's a lot more layers to what you see defensively from teams, you've got to work puzzles through the neutral zone. You've got to figure ways to come out of your zone, and the most important thing, you've got to establish a forecheck.
Yeah.
If you're going to play the kind of game he wants you to play, you have got to be able to get in on the puck, get body, and then keep the other team hemmed in. That's what we talked about before the game. Actually, we might have been with Jason, just saying like how important it is to, and how hard it is to keep, to play defense.
Yeah. And
if you can keep another team hemmed in down in their end, that's what you want to do, and that's how you wear teams out. He's mentioned the last few days talking about how you have to find different ways to win it. And I liked Anthony's question. He goes, "Have you seen this stuff creeping in?" And he's like, "Yes." And it's probably going back to New Jersey a little bit.
And it's probably been a coaching point since then.
Yeah.
And clearly the frustration that he has is that it's been highlighted before.
You can't teach it, though, until the wheels come off.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. You can sit there and tell guys, be careful of this, but until you lose, and then you say, oh, okay, it makes a little bit more. Believe me, there's a lot of guys you have to really work with on video and having them understand. It's not like some guys are just really attentive and they get it, and there's other guys that don't get it. It's like going to work. You got really bright guys, and then some of them that take a little longer. What else to say?
Hey, I can tell you, I think that's true.
That's true.
I mentioned during one of the intermissions, I saw a bunch of the teachers from my my hometown middle school, and a lot of them are smart. And then one, I'm not totally sure. I asked him about who were some of the older teachers because I'm trying to figure out if any of them were ones that I had. And he looked at me. He's like, "Yeah." And I looked at the Miller Lite in his hand, and I went, "Yep, that's the Schuylkill County I know."
So it wasn't awful tonight. They just didn't get. They could have held it for a few more minutes, maybe gotten the point, maybe double up get the 2 in overtime, but it didn't happen. And they didn't play the way that we'd seen them play.
There is a consistent point that Torts had earlier today. I think it was Kevin Kurtz asked him about if he views the team as a playoff team, and immediately Torts said, "It's way too early for that. Like I haven't even begun to think about that. You're 31 games into the season. Like now is not the time to think about the playoffs."
50
and
games left.
He said, "We won't know what this team is until the end of January." That's what he said earlier today. And then you hear him in this post-game presser, and he says what? You have to figure out ways to win in January, and in February. So, like, clearly, he is of the belief that what we have seen to this point maybe isn't fool's gold, but it still needs to be proven. It has to be proven over a longer period of time. The one good thing that they have going for them is that they have a ton of games in this building in January.
They do.
It's like an absurd number. I think it's 11.
Yep.
I want to say they have 11 home games. We're going to be down here a lot.
We're going to have a very, very busy month of January. Listen, we'll get to those games. Russ, they head to Detroit tomorrow. That'll be a Detroit team reeling a little bit. That'll be an interesting game.
Yes.
And a game that, quite frankly, if you're a good team, you want to get right back on the horse.
100%. That's their last game. So tomorrow's game against Detroit is their final game until after Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
We will figure out if we're doing a morning after show, because that'll be Saturday morning if we're going to do one.
If we do, it won't be out.
It won't be mongrel
early.
hours. No, it won't be mongrel.
No chance.
No chance.
So we'll let you know about that, and otherwise we'll tell you guys and everybody, our listeners, Merry Christmas. We hope to be with you on the weekend, but if we're not, I just want to say Merry Christmas. You guys make our job so easy and so much fun because we feel the encouragement that we get from you guys and gals, and we love it.
Absolutely.
And so thank you so much for being with us this year, again, the whole year. And we look forward to tomorrow night's game, but we look forward to the second half of the season being with you guys too. And one thing we'll say, we may not win every night, but we're going to have fun every night. And that's something that we've made a pretty concerted effort of doing, I certainly think. I mean,
tonight was insane.
We had an Elfrida poem tonight.
We had an Elfrida poem. We met a man, LD Hockey, right, who came up from, he said, southern
Tennessee.
Tennessee?
Yeah.
Southern Middle Tennessee.
Former season ticket holder, wanted to come back, came up to see us.
He said
here.
he was up here to see family,
Yep.
up in Pennsylvania to see family, and he said, and then I said, you know what? I'm going to buy tickets to the Flyers game. Not to see the Flyers, but to come up and meet us.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And spend some time together up here at the outside the Snow the Goalie Sportsbook.
I think we speak sports English. I think a lot of people get it. There's no BS.
That's true.
We don't like any kind of woke stuff in sports. We don't want to, we say it how it is. We don't scatter our opinions.
The facts don't care about your feelings.
That's correct.
That's right. We report, you decide.
That's right.
What other cliches can we throw out there?
Russ, Merry Christmas to you too,
Hey,
buddy.
Merry
And
Christmas
Anthony,
to you.
We better get out of here before he comes back.
I know we have a bunch of people wishing Merry Christmas and everything, and hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. If you're celebrating Christmas, Merry Christmas, and we will be back maybe Saturday with a morning after show. And if we don't talk to you until after Christmas, enjoy. And we'll talk to you later next week. So for Bundy, for intern Andrew, who honestly was a magisterial elf,
legend,
majestic
elf. Except he took it off.
Make sure you go read about this, by the way. The trip down to Florida.
Oh, the elf's back.
A great gift. Oh, the elf is back. We got to go. All right, everybody,
All right,
have a great rest of
Merry
your night.
Christmas.
We'll talk to you
Anthony's
soon.
back. We'll tell him. Bye.
All right, bye.